Chapter 3307. Soon, everyone arrived at the Yin-Yang Starfield cultivator. Then, they saw something on the ground. It was a broken fragment, and it was a stone fragment. It looks like a severed limb from the Stone Clan. Old Man Songhai said, "Someone as powerful as the Stone Clan actually had their bodies shattered. What exactly happened? This is shocking." A cultivator said. They were extremely shocked. The Stone Clan had always been synonymous with power. Back then, the Stone State was even more so. They were almost the supreme overlords of the starry sky world. Even the three supreme realms were extremely wary of them. Back then, the Stone Clan in the Stone State must have been a peerless and terrifying existence. But now, they found the remains of those Stone Clan creatures. Their bodies were shattered. It turned into pieces and pieces. It was really unbelievable. Back then, an unimaginable battle must have happened here. Then, a cultivator said. Lin Feng said, "Such a huge stone temple is enough to show how prosperous this place was in the past. But now, the stone temple has been completely destroyed. Look around. Maybe there are some shocking clues in the stone temple." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, everyone quickly separated. They looked for clues left behind in the stone temple. At the same time, they looked for opportunities in the stone temple. In such a huge stone temple, perhaps there would be some amazing things left behind. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the Heretic Supremacy Saint moved together. The cultivators of the other four factions also moved separately. It was naturally not appropriate to search for opportunities with others. It was to avoid causing more disputes. Lin Feng used the dragon searching art and the Khanate 8 trigrams. He deduced the mysteries of this place. That dilapidated ancient temple. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked at a huge temple. Through deduction, he found that the temple was extremely extraordinary. It seemed to hide some shocking secrets. This was his initial deduction, so Lin Feng could not confirm it. He needed to reach the temple and carefully explore it before he could know. Lin Feng quickly flew towards the temple. Du Zhu asked, "Did you discover something?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Perhaps there really is something extraordinary in the temple." Du Zhu and the others were also overjoyed. Everyone sped up and soon arrived at the outer area of the temple. The stone temple covered an area of more than 10 acres. It was huge, but now it was no longer the same as before. The huge and prosperous stone temple of the past was now completely ruined. Only broken walls and ruins were left. However, he could vaguely feel that there was a faint energy emanating from the stone temple. "Let's search for him," Lin Feng said. Du Zhu, the evil dominator holy sage, and the two ghost emperors nodded. Then, they quickly split up to search. Not long after, Lin Feng saw something. It was a string of Buddha beads. But what was shocking was that the string of Buddhist beads was actually made of stone. A total of 18 Buddha beads were strung together. Each of the prayer beads was covered with runes. They looked like Buddhist words. Those runes were very ancient, and Lin Feng did not recognize them. The only word Lin Feng recognized on the prayer beads was the word swastika. The word swastika had an extremely special and extraordinary origin in Buddhism. Rumor had it that the master of Buddhism was born with the word swastika. Therefore, the word swastika represented the sacred word of Buddhism. Each of the 18 prayer beads had the word swastika written on them. When exactly was Buddhism established? Did Buddhism already exist in ancient times? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. His gaze was attracted by the prayer beads. He turned the prayer beads in his hand over and over again. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This string of prayer beads was too extraordinary. It emitted astonishing fluctuations and energy. Lin Feng felt that this string of prayer beads was definitely an incredible treasure. He tried to pour his magic power into the prayer beads, but there was no reaction from the prayer beads. Lin Feng's magic power was like a stone ox entering the sea. It was completely devoured by the prayer beads. It hasn't changed. Perhaps I'll need some time to study this string of prayer beads. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I found something," Du Zhu exclaimed in the distance. Lin Feng was alerted and quickly rushed over. Du Zhu also found a Buddhist vessel. It was a wooden fish. It was very well preserved and was also made of stone. There were countless runes on it. Duzu was very happy because this wooden fish was definitely an amazing treasure. Soon, the heretic Lord Holy and the two ghost emperors found something amazing. The heretic Lord Holy found a tattered kasaya. The kasaya was surrounded by holy light. Although it was tattered, it was still extraordinary. The two ghost emperors found a pair of Buddha hands. The pair of Buddha hands were very special. They were also made of stone and looked like the broken limbs of a god statue. However, they contained exuberant vitality. Before, Lin Feng had sensed that the temple contained a powerful life force. However, he had never been able to confirm where the vitality was coming from. Now, he was finally able to confirm this point. The vitality was being emitted from the Buddha hands. Lin Feng carefully looked at the Buddha hands obtained by the two ghost emperors. He only felt that they were extraordinary, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was so extraordinary about them. Let's go. Let's continue to search and see if there are any other gains, Lin Feng said. He quickly rushed into the distance. Du Zhu, the heretic Lord Holy, and the two ghost emperors followed closely behind. Lin Feng had always wanted to find a complete statue of a god in that place. He wanted to see which expert was worshipped in this temple, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. The temple complex was very large, but there was no complete statue left behind. It was extremely strange. Could this be the place where the Stone State's Lord is worshipped? Duzu couldn't help but say. Of course, he didn't rule out this possibility. After all, the Stone State's Lord had single-handedly established this huge and ancient stone state. And this country, it was once incomparably prosperous. Therefore, within the stone state, it was very normal to cultivate a stone temple that worshipped the Stone State's Lord. However, Lin Feng felt that he still needed to continue to confirm this. He needed to find a statue to finally confirm this point. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. A large number of dilapidated temples began to collapse. What happened? Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Everyone looked around. The people from the other four major forces also looked around, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, in the depths of the temple complex, a golden light soared into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Over there, Lin Feng said, and quickly flew towards the depths of the temple complex. Du Zhu, the heretic Lord Holy, and the two ghost emperors. Chapter 3308. Everyone arrived at the depths of the temple. After arriving here, everyone saw a stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide. It was covered with blood, just like the blood that had just been poured on it. It was dripping with blood. It was eerie and terrifying, emitting a strong smell of blood. It really made one's hair stand on end. Why is there a stone tablet here? And it's a wordless stone tablet. Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand the origin of this stone tablet. Right at this moment, the blood on the stone tablet seemed to have come to life. A terrifying scene appeared. The blood started to distort. It was like a small worm. It wriggled on the stone tablet. Then, the stone tablet gradually emitted a blood-red light. Look, words have appeared, someone said and pointed at the stone tablet. Sure enough, words appeared. They were very blurry and could not be seen clearly. It was unknown what kind of words they were. Old man Song Hai frowned and said, "Very ancient words. They have long been lost." He had studied many ancient words, but he did not recognize the ancient words on the stone tablet. The ancient words on the stone tablet were filled with a strange and mysterious power. Those ancient words were like a medium. The ancient words communicated with another world. Lin Feng was also observing the ancient words on the stone tablet. There were not many ancient words. Although there were not many, they were incomparably mysterious. The Demon Lord said, "This is the legendary pre-Buddhist script. It is one of the earliest scripts of Buddhism." Oh, one of the earliest scripts of Buddhism? Buddhism has a long history. I don't even know when it existed in the world. The earliest scripts of Buddhism have probably been lost by now, Lin Feng said. The Demon Lord said, "It is indeed lost. Back then, I was lucky enough to enter the Great Lane Temple in the Buddhist world. Once in a while, I saw such ancient characters, which were exactly the same as the ancient characters in front of me. However, Buddhism has only mastered a very small number of ancient characters, only a few dozen of them. It's no different from being lost in history. Lin Feng asked, "Does the demon lord recognize the words on the stone tablet?" The demon lord said, "I only know the first word. If that word was changed to the current word, it would be forever, forever, forever." Forever? Lin Feng was surprised. This was a huge clue. He began to activate the mantra of confrontation. Lin Feng activated the true incantation of Lin in his heart as he tried to comprehend the first word on the stone tablet. At the same time, he kept repeating the word forever in his heart. Lin Feng tried to use that as a clue to understand the situation. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend some of its mysteries. He tried many times, but failed every time. However, Lin Feng did not give up. After 145 attempts, he finally succeeded. Lin Feng felt as if he had arrived in an ancient and boundless world. Where he was, it was an ancient temple. In this temple, it was the dilapidated stone temple. However, the stone temple that Lin Feng saw had not been ruined yet. It was preserved very well. Above the 9 heavens, endless thunderclouds seemed to cover the sky. Inside the stone temple, cultivators constantly rushed into the sky. They charged into the thunderclouds. There was a huge battle that broke out in the thunderclouds. Then, those cultivators fell one after another. Dead cultivators. There were humans, demons, and demons. However, most of them were monks. This was a terrifying battle. Who knew how many people had died? The living beings in the thunderclouds had never appeared in the world. Namo Amitba. Suddenly, a majestic voice resounded between heaven and earth. Then, an old monk walked out of a temple. The old monk was surrounded by endless Buddhist light. What was shocking was that half of the old monk's body was flesh and blood, while the other half was stone. Stone Clan. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The old monk was a member of the Stone Clan. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a member of the Stone Clan become a monk. Usually, only those who had seen through the world of mortals would become monks. Could it be that the old monk had already seen through the world of mortals? Clearly, the old monk had reached an extremely critical moment. However, Lin Feng did not know which stage of transformation the old monk was going through. Usually, the transformation of the Stone Clan was divided into 2 stages. The stone body grew flesh and blood and turned into flesh and blood. The flesh and blood turned into stone and turned into stone again. This transformation, it was an extremely difficult transformation. However, if one could succeed, one's level of life, potential, and so on would be greatly improved. Furthermore, one's combat strength would increase to an unimaginable level. This was the special evolution path of the Stone Clan. When the Stone Clan was transforming, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed by others. But now, the old monk took the initiative to come out because danger had arrived. The old monk could not continue transforming. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge palm condensed in the thunderclouds and struck towards the old monk. No one knew what kind of living being was attacking. The palm condensed in the thunderclouds was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could freeze the void. That kind of power was enough to make one's face pale. The old monk put his palms together and endless Buddhist light surged out of his body. Then, the Buddhist light condensed into a Buddhist light hand. At the center of the palm of the Buddhist light hand, there was a swastika written on it. That swastika, it was surrounded by endless holy light and looked extremely holy. Bam! The 2 huge hands collided and then both of them were annihilated. Die! Die! A cold voice suddenly came from the thunderclouds, filled with endless majesty and killing intent. It was like the might of the heavens. The might of the heavens was vast. There was no way to fight against it, even if it was just his consciousness that sensed everything that was happening here. Lin Feng still felt his soul trembling. It was hard to imagine how strong that terrifying existence was. It was definitely an invincible existence. It was shocking. It was frightening. The heavens want me dead. I'll slaughter the heavens. The old monk's voice was cold. Shameless boasting. A contemptuous voice came from the thunderclouds, as if it did not care about the old monk's words. Swish! A light flashed and a stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet was surrounded by holy light. There were some ancient words on the stone tablet. Although there were not many, they were all extraordinary and contained terrifying power. This is a blood-stained stone tablet. Lin Feng was shocked. The stone tablet that the old monk took out was exactly the same as the one that was stained with blood. It was just that the stone tablet that the old monk took out was not stained with blood. Eternal suppression of the yellow springs. The old monk could not help but shout out. He carried the stone tablet. Then, he rushed towards the thunderclouds. At this moment, all the images disappeared. Lin Feng's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes and looked at the blood-stained stone tablet in shock. Those 4 words. Could it be the words that the old monk said, eternal suppression of the yellow springs? The blood on the stone tablet. Chapter 3309. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet, Wang Yiming said. He was about to step forward. He wanted to shake the stone tablet. Don't touch the stone tablet, Lin Feng said hurriedly. Why? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Because Lin Feng had previously displayed extremely high attainments in formations. Therefore, now, the cultivators of the 4 factions still attached great importance to Lin Feng's words. Although Wang Yiming couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. But in reality, Wang Yiming, he took Lin Feng's words very seriously. He also attached great importance to it, because it could be related to his life. These 4 big words are the words eternal suppression of the yellow springs. Lin Feng said, eternal suppression of the yellow springs? What does that mean? Everyone revealed a puzzled expression. Eternal suppression of the yellow springs was full of doubts. It made people wonder how many secrets and dangers were hidden in it. Obviously, this wasn't as simple as just a few words. There might be great danger behind it. Lin Feng didn't intend to hide what he had seen from these people. He said, just now, when I was comprehending these ancient words, I was able to sense an ancient world. In this world, a terrifying battle broke out, and the location of the battle was right here in the group of temples we are in. Everyone was shocked. Old man Songhai asked, what was the final result of that battle? That was an incomparably tragic battle. Who knows how many people died? Countless cultivators rushed into the clouds. They entered the thunderclouds and fought with unknown existences. However, corpses fell from the sky one after another, and cultivators died tragically. The last Stone Clan monk who was undergoing a transformation appeared. He had reached a critical moment in his transformation. Half of his body was made of stone, and the other half was made of flesh and blood. But now, he had no choice but to come out early. That monk took out a stone tablet, which was the eternal suppression of the yellow springs. That monk carried the stone tablet and charged into the thunderclouds. The images I saw disappeared at this point. I don't know what happened after that. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was deeply shocked. What Lin Feng was reading was probably about what had happened back then. Perhaps the truth behind the Stone State's destruction was in that battle. But what could he do? Lin Feng wasn't able to see any more content. This fresh blood. Is it the old monk's blood? The female cultivator from Bright Moon couldn't help but ask. This female cultivator from the Bright Moon star area looked to be in her 30s. Her figure was plump and charming. She was different from Su Jiaomei and Su Jiaoyue. This woman's temperament was very cold. He had always been cold. That kind of temperament made people not dare to approach him. This female cultivator was called Nangong Xianwu. His cultivation was also unfathomable. Lin Feng felt that this female cultivator was most likely an Emperor Sect level expert. That might be possible, but I'm not sure, because I wasn't able to see what happened after that. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Then, he continued, this steel clearly wasn't placed here. It was suppressed here. I vaguely feel that there's something terrifying suppressed under this steel. This feeling was very strong. Therefore, Lin Feng spoke of this feeling at this moment. He didn't want anyone to have any ideas about the steel. The eternal suppression yellow spring steel might be extraordinary, but it couldn't be touched, because there might be dangers that couldn't be dealt with. If such a danger really appeared, no one knew what terrible things would happen. Perhaps many people would die here. Could it be that a terrifying existence that attacked the stone state in the past was suppressed here? Now that so many years have passed, could this existence have been suppressed to death here? Even if it wasn't suppressed to death here, after such a long time, it shouldn't have much battle strength left, right? One of the cultivators said, voicing his thoughts. Since this cultivator suggested such a thing, he probably wanted to move the eternal suppression yellow spring steel. Lin Feng said, "There's no need to take this risk." Everyone discussed for a while. In the end, they made a decision to ignore the steel. Lin Feng persisted because the steel made him feel very uneasy. So, everyone followed Lin Feng's idea. Everyone spread out and continued to search for treasures left behind in the huge temple complex. However, they found nothing. Perhaps this place really didn't have any other treasures left behind. However, Lin Feng was already very satisfied with the string of stone prayer beads he obtained earlier. 2 hours later, everyone gathered together and planned to leave this place. The stone state was so big. If they couldn't find anything good in the temple complex, they could go elsewhere to search. Just as they left the temple complex, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from the temple complex. Next, endless thunderclouds soared into the sky. Not good. Someone moved the eternal suppression yellow spring steel. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Inside the temple complex, several hundred cultivators appeared. These cultivators' clothes were all printed with a special pattern. That picture was a picture of a skull. This was the 42nd ranked skeleton bandit group in the Starry Sky world. The leader of the skeleton bandit group was the skeleton great emperor. He was an emperor-level expert and was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were more than 20 great emperor-level experts in the skeleton bandit group. This was an extremely powerful bandit group. It was unknown how these people came in. However, since the 100 Joy Pavilion, Bright Moon Star Region, Thousand Fiend Star Region, and Yin Yang Star Region were able to discover the secret of the star hole hidden in the Stone State ruins, it was naturally not strange for the other forces to discover the secret here. Moreover, perhaps there were insiders among the 4 major powers who would sell this important information to others? There were many such people, because selling such an important piece of information, the reward was absolutely unimaginable. The person who moved the eternal suppression yellow spring steel was the deputy leader of the skeleton bandit group. This person was called Sun Shizong. He was a Confucian cultivator. He looked very refined. It was Sun Shizong who moved the eternal suppression yellow spring steel, causing the change. "Quickly retreat," Sun Shizong said in a deep voice. Hundreds of skeleton bandit group cultivators retreated. Lin Feng and the others also stood in the distance and watched the change in the temple complex. The ground cracked open. Endless thunderclouds surged out. They rolled violently in midair. A huge mushroom cloud was formed. A thundercloud light pillar connected the cracked ground and the mushroom cloud. Kikik. Suddenly. Chapter 33:10. When she heard the sinister laughter, she was stunned. Everyone's faces. They couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Especially Lin Feng and the others. Their expressions changed drastically. This was because Lin Feng had some enlightenment and saw some images. So, everyone thought of the battle back then. Now it seemed that it was really as Lin Feng had guessed. An ancient existence was suppressed under the eternal suppression Yellow Springs Monument. That existence. It was very likely that it was one of the existences that attacked the Stone State back then. "Look, it's out." Du Zhu pointed at the thundercloud light pillar. No one knew when it started. A terrifying creature appeared in front of everyone. Lin Feng saw that terrifying existence. It was an extremely strange creature. The body of a human, the head of an octopus, and the head was covered with dense tentacles, just like the tentacles of an octopus. It was extremely terrifying. It was horrifying. No one knew what kind of creature it was. "This is a creature that walked out of the wasteland," the demon lord said. "What? A creature that walked out of the wasteland?" Lin Feng's face suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. The wasteland. It was a special place. It didn't belong to this starry sky universe. It didn't belong to the foreign world either. The wasteland was connected to the foreign world's passageway, which was connected to the three supreme realms. It was a very special place. Even now, Lin Feng still remembered that a powerful existence like the great Emperor Lord Grimm had fallen in the wasteland. It was a place that gods and demons revered. It was a place that was enough to bury countless creatures. The great emperor, even the immortals. Entering the wasteland, it was very likely that they would die there. No one knew the origin of the independent world of the wasteland. Lin Feng didn't know where that world was. With his cultivation, he couldn't come into contact with everything about the wasteland. But Lin Feng knew. A creature that walked out of the wasteland was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The Demon Lord now said that the monster was a creature that walked out of the wasteland. This made Lin Feng think of many things. Could it be the one who destroyed the stone state? Were they cultivators from the wasteland? With this in mind, Lin Feng asked, could it be that the stone state was destroyed by the wastelands? The creatures in the wasteland won't easily leave the wasteland. However, only a certain kind of creature would leave the wasteland. The Demon Lord said. What creature? Lin Feng asked. Those who betray the wasteland will choose to join some large organizations after leaving the wasteland. I wonder if this wasteland creature is in the same situation. The Demon Lord said. Can you tell me more about the situation in the wasteland? Lin Feng asked. He thought about the specific situation of the wasteland that he had obtained from the Demon Lord. Because the Demon Lord's words were too vague, Lin Feng only knew that the wasteland was a very scary place. Experts were as common as clouds. It was a place where countless emperors and immortals were buried. However, Lin Feng didn't know how the powers in the wasteland were divided. The Demon Lord said, there are some things that you still don't know. It won't do you any good to know. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he also felt a little helpless. Lin Feng knew too well what kind of person the Demon Lord was. Since he didn't want to talk about it, no matter how he asked, the Demon Lord definitely wouldn't say anything. Lowly creature, thank you for letting this lord out. In order to repay you, this lord has decided to devour all of you. The wasteland creature looked at the group of cultivators from the skeleton bandits with a sinister gaze. Reckless fool. Let's attack together and kill him. Sun Shizong's voice was cold. Although Sun Shizong was a Confucian expert, he had abandoned himself. He became a space bandit. When the skeleton mercenary group was founded, he was one of the founding members. All these years, what kind of storms had Sun Shizong not experienced? Back then, the 9 great space bandit groups had even attacked a great world, then burned and looted it before successfully escaping. Therefore, Sun Shizong, who was used to seeing big scenes, was very calm. Hundreds of experts from the skeleton bandits attacked, wanting to kill the wasteland creature. But at this time, the wasteland creature opened its mouth and sucked. Huff, 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 huff. The bandits of the skeleton bandits unleashed all kinds of attacks, all kinds of magic treasures. They were all devoured by the wasteland creature. Next time, it will be your turn. The taste of flesh and blood. How nostalgic. The wasteland creature let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth again and sucked. Huff, 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 huff. The powerful suction force surged out once again. This time, it directly engulfed a group of cultivators. The cultivators of the skeleton bandits couldn't resist the wasteland creature's devouring. Many cultivators' bodies flew uncontrollably towards the wasteland creature. When they got close to the wasteland creature, their bodies began to shrink. Then, they were swallowed by the wasteland creature. Crunch, crunch. The wasteland creature began to chew, and screams could be heard. The cultivators who were devoured by the wasteland creature were directly bitten to death. They became the wasteland creature's food. Blood flowed down the wasteland creature's mouth. Hurry up and leave. Seeing this scene, Sun Shizong's expression changed greatly. More than half of the hundreds of people had been devoured. He led the rest, wanting to quickly escape. The wasteland being laughed sinisterly. Delicious. Truly delicious. Now, it's not a place where you can leave as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, endless lightning clouds enveloped Sun Shirzong and the rest of the skeleton bandits. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Old man Songhai couldn't help but take a deep breath, then said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded and hurriedly left this place. Rumor has it that the Stone State has an imperial city. We need to find the imperial city. As long as we find the imperial city, we can find the Stone State's treasury. Old man Songhai said on the way. The Stone State's monarch was so powerful back then. There must be countless treasures in the treasury he built. Moreover, there might even be the Stone State's monarch's legacy. These things were extremely attractive. Everyone increased their speed. Then, they quickly headed toward the depths of the Stone State. Not long after, they saw a black ocean appear in front of them. Everyone soared into the sky and flew above the black ocean. They wanted to fly across the black ocean. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Then, a black demonic dragon appeared in the depths of the black ocean. The black demonic dragon was extremely fast, quickly disappearing from sight. Everyone was shocked and quickly chased after it. Not long after, they saw an island. On the island, there were many palaces. The palaces there were extremely well preserved. This place hasn't been destroyed. Could there be something amazing left behind? Someone asked, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. Chapter 33:11. On the island, there were many palaces surrounded by holy light. It was a sacred place. Everyone flew over and landed. They heard waves of immortal music intertwining in their ears. It was beautiful. It was very pleasant to hear. It's really an extraordinary place. Who lived here in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Back then, the Stone State was incomparably prosperous. Therefore, there were many experts in the Stone State. Other than the Supreme King of the Stone State, there were also some other mighty figures. They also had a world-shaking reputation. If they couldn't find the treasures or orthodoxies left behind by the King of the Stone State, finding these people's things, it was precious enough. Lin Feng's biggest purpose for coming here was to find the 3,000 Great Tao. He had now obtained 578 of the 3,000 Great Tao. The 3,000 Great Tao before Lin Feng became an emperor. There was still a certain gap. And although Lin Feng's goal was to cultivate 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao before becoming an emperor, but the more of the 3,000 Great Tao he cultivated, the better. The more. Lin Feng's Great Tao foundation was getting stronger. Then, the more his combat strength would increase when he broke through to the Great Emperor realm. His potential would also be greater. His future achievements would also be higher. Therefore, Lin Feng had been searching for these 3,000 Great Tao. Let's split up and search for our own opportunities. Old man Songhai said. In order to avoid conflict, everyone was the same as before. They chose to split up and search for various opportunities. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Evil Lord Saint, and the two Ghost Emperors went together. After the five of them chose a direction, then they quickly walked over. Lin Feng was proficient in the dragon searching formula, and he had recently cultivated the Khanate 8 trigrams. Although he wasn't particularly proficient in the Khanate 8 trigrams, but he had already reached a higher level. Therefore, now, with the help of the dragon searching formula and the Khanate 8 trigrams, these two powerful techniques, Lin Feng was able to lock onto the best treasure hunting location as soon as possible. This time, the palace that Lin Feng chose was a rather ordinary one. The palace was ordinary, but perhaps the things inside weren't ordinary. The five of them arrived in front of the palace and directly opened the door. A decaying aura gushed out from the palace. The five of them entered the palace and saw the corpses in the palace. There were dozens of corpses lying here. Moreover, these corpses had already become dried corpses. Time passed. Powerful as they were, his body had already decayed. They were all experts of the past. How did they die here? Lin Feng couldn't help but cautiously size up this palace. They had to be on guard against any terrifying dangers. But fortunately, there was no danger, which made him feel slightly relieved. We can't be careless in a place like this, Lin Feng said. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors nodded. Then, Everyone walked towards the corpses. The storage ring of the dead expert was still there. Lin Feng arrived in front of a corpse. Then, he took off the storage ring from the corpse. Lin Feng tried to invade the storage ring with his divine sense. Let's see if there are any treasures in the storage ring. However, it was a pity. The storage ring had been destroyed. Time was the quickest to age. It seemed that there was nothing that time couldn't destroy. Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign holy sage, and the two ghost emperors each checked a storage ring. The storage rings they checked were the same as the storage rings Lin Feng checked. They were all destroyed. What a pity. These cultivators must have been incomparably powerful in the past. There must have been a lot of good things in the storage rings, but now they are all destroyed. Lin Feng checked 5 or 6 storage rings in succession. The situation was exactly the same as the first storage ring. The storage rings that he had been looking at, they were all destroyed. It was a pity. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze landed on the altar. There were 3 statues on the altar. On the left and right were 2 guardian boys. They weren't old, only in their teens. The one in the middle, instead, he was worshipping an extremely strange creature. This creature had a human body, but it had 9 heads. The strangest thing was that this creature's head wasn't a human head. It was a lizard's head. It was a statue of a god with a human body and a lizard's head. This is a 9-headed lizard. In the past, this race was extremely powerful. It's said that their ancestor was also a sentient life form. However, during the primordial era, this race was completely wiped out. I never thought that this temple would actually worship such a statue. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He hadn't thought that this strange creature would be from such an extraordinary race. The 3 of them searched for treasures in the temple, but after a long time, they found nothing. Did we find the wrong place? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He used the dragon-seeking incantation to locate it. He also used the sentient 8 trigrams to deduce. The location he found was within this temple. There seemed to be something extraordinary here. But until now, he hadn't found anything. Could there be something in the statue? Du Zhu asked. He wanted to smash the statue to pieces. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "Let's smash the statue to see what it is." Du Zhu quickly walked forward and smashed the statues of the 2 boys on the left and right. But he found nothing. Next, Du Zhu smashed the 9-headed lizard statue in the middle. The moment the 9-headed lizard statue was smashed, a cold light quickly flew toward Du Zhu. It was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Du Zhu. It was actually a 9-headed lizard with a pitch-black body. The 9-headed lizard opened its mouth and bit at Du Zhu. Each of its teeth contained a lethal poison. The poison ancestor's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast as he grabbed the 9-headed lizard. The 9-headed lizard took a bite out of Du Zhu's hand. Du Zhu's body quickly turned black. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw this. Wasn't the 9-headed lizard's poison too terrifying? In other words, it was Du Zhu. If it were someone else who was bitten by the 9-headed lizard, most likely, he was already dead. This little thing's poison is so terrifying, Du Zhu said as he sealed the 9-headed lizard. At this moment, kacha 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 sounds suddenly came from behind. Lin Feng's group of 5 was alarmed. They all turned around to look. They saw that the dozens of dried corpses lying on the ground had all stood up. Each of the dried corpses was moving their bodies. The kacha 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 sounds were also coming from these dried corpses when they moved their bodies. The eyes of the dried corpses flickered with a blood-red light. Their auras were extremely powerful. Now, these dried corpses surrounded Lin Feng's group of 5. How did these dried corpses come to life? Du Zhu's voice changed slightly. The situation here doesn't seem right. It's not as peaceful as we thought. Everyone, be careful, Lin Feng said in a deep voice and quickly took out the black dragon sword. Screech. At this moment. Chapter 33:12. Bam! The 2 sides immediately engaged in a great battle. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and clashed with a mummy. A dull sound of collision was heard. Next, the mummy was sent flying by Lin Feng. However, the mummy's body was not destroyed, which shocked Lin Feng. The body of this mummy was too strong. It was unbelievable that it could block the attack of the black dragon sword. Dozens of mummies surrounded Lin Feng and the other four. The five of them did not hold back at all. They attacked with all their might. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Feng's mana continued to pour into the black dragon sword. The power of the black dragon sword increased greatly. Lin Feng seemed to have the help of a god. One strike after another, he collided with these mummies. Although these mummies had strong bodies, they could only withstand 4 or 5 attacks from the black dragon sword. They were about to be completely destroyed by the black dragon sword. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors also used their own methods to destroy the mummies one by one. In the end, the dozens of mummies were all destroyed by Lin Feng and the others. These mummies seem to have been possessed. It's really strange. The evil sovereign saint could not help but say. Lin Feng said, "Looks like something is going to happen." As the sound of his voice faded, Lin Feng swept his sword towards the stone statue in the middle of the shrine. Although Du Zhu did not find anything in the stone statue just now, Lin Feng still felt that there might be some treasures in the stone statue. So now, he needed to take a closer look to confirm if there really was a treasure. Clang! The stone statue was completely shattered. Something fell to the ground. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. There really was something. He quickly walked forward and picked up the item. Then, he took a closer look. He discovered this thing. It was actually a golden box. This box was very special. There were densely packed runes on it. Although the golden box was only the size of a palm, it was locked. Lin Feng tried to open the small lock on the golden box, but he tried many times. All of them ended in failure. This golden box is very unusual, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng nodded. He threw the golden box on the ground and waved the black dragon sword. He slashed out with his sword. Clang! The attack slammed into the golden box. Then, there was a clanging sound. The golden box was too sturdy. Even a supreme treasure like the black dragon sword could not break it. It was truly unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how sturdy the golden box was. I can't open it. It seems like I need to find some time to study this golden box. Perhaps the method to open the golden box lies in those mysterious runes, Lin Feng said. He put the golden box away. Then, Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors walked out. When they came out, their faces changed slightly, because the island was surrounded by darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. Something strange must have happened. The cultivators from the other 4 great powers had also noticed this strange change. The cultivators from the 4 great powers quickly gathered together. Lin Feng's group of 5 met up with the cultivators from the 4 great powers. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, "It seems that we need to leave this place quickly. This place is too strange." No one objected to this suggestion. Everyone quickly rushed outside. However, at this moment, darkness enveloped the world. Soon, it became so dark that one couldn't see their fingers. This kind of darkness was very strange. It could block the cultivator's vision. For example, Lin Feng. Originally, even at night, Lin Feng could see the scene dozens of miles away. This was the night vision ability of cultivators. If one used their divine sense to explore, they could clearly see the scene hundreds of miles away. However, on this island, Lin Feng's night vision ability was completely lost. He couldn't even see the scene 3 meters away. And Lin Feng's divine sense was also suppressed. He lost the ability to patrol the sky. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was in such a situation. Everybody else was in the same situation. Listen to the sound to determine the location. Quickly leave this place, Old Man Songhai said in a low voice. This place was very unsettling. No one wanted to stay here any longer. Poof! Suddenly, something was flying through the darkness at an extremely fast speed. That mysterious thing pierced through a cultivator's chest. A scream was heard. That cultivator immediately fell to the ground. His body didn't move. What happened? No one knew what happened in the darkness. This was because everyone's night vision and divine telekinesis had been suppressed. So everyone was confused. Then, a group of people quickly surrounded the dead cultivator to check his wounds. Swoosh! Suddenly, something came out from the dead cultivator's body. Before anyone could even see what it was, it had already pierced through the chest of a second cultivator. The second cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he died. This caused everyone's expression to become unsightly. What kind of thing could be so strange? Everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. Everyone quickly retreated. Old Man Songhai shot out a strand of magic power and wrapped around the dead cultivator's body. He wanted to force that unknown creature out. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Old Man Songhai captured the creature that had killed the two cultivators one after another. Nine-headed lizard. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out to be a nine-headed lizard. Previously, when they were in the palace, Du Zhu had been attacked by a nine-headed lizard. Originally, Lin Feng thought that it was just an isolated case. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. The nine-headed lizard here? It was definitely not as simple as one or two. Quick, take out your defensive magic treasures to protect yourselves. Old Man Songhai said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely solemn. The nine-headed lizard was too terrifying. It gave people a feeling of fear and trepidation. No one dared to hesitate. They all took out their defensive magic treasures to protect themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone quickly rushed out of the island. Wanting to leave this island as soon as possible, rustling sounds could be heard. It was as if something was crawling up from the ground. Right now, everyone's spiritual will and vision were suppressed too much. They could only distinguish by the sound. However, just by listening to the sound, many things were still impossible to judge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Streaks of cold light quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Those streaks of cold light were all transformed from the nine-headed lizard. The attacks of those nine-headed lizards were extremely powerful. Puff, puff, puff. Tearing sounds could be heard one after another. The defensive magic treasures of the cultivators were penetrated by the nine-headed lizard's cold light. Then, the chests of those cultivators were also penetrated by the nine-headed lizard's cold light. One cultivator after another fell. Chapter 33:13. The nine-headed lizard's attack was simply too powerful. Ordinary cultivators couldn't withstand the nine-headed lizard's attack at all. Clang, 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 clang. The nine-headed lizard slammed into Lin Feng's protective light shield. The heavenly mystery pagoda's defense was strong enough. It blocked the nine-headed lizard's attack. The evil Dominator Saint fought the nine-headed lizard with his physical body. The evil Dominator Saint's physical body was indeed strong. He was indeed a zombie demon transformed from an emperor's corpse, and he had reincarnated and cultivated again. Lin Feng was stupefied by such a monstrous strength. When the nine-headed lizard struck the evil Dominator Saint's body, the evil Dominator Saint was stunned. Clang, 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 clang. The nine-headed lizard didn't cause any damage to the evil Dominator Saint. Instead, it was the evil Dominator Saint who sent the nine-headed lizards flying. Clang, clang. The nine-headed lizards fell to the ground one by one. However, the nine-headed lizard's physical body was extremely strong. Although it took a terrifying attack from the evil Dominator Saint, it didn't suffer any damage. Du Zhu was a natural counter to the nine-headed lizard, so there was no problem. The two ghost emperors hadn't condensed a physical body yet. The nine-headed lizard couldn't hurt them. Lin Feng and the others didn't suffer any damage. But the others didn't. The others suffered great damage from the nine-headed lizard's attack. People kept dying. The four forces suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, everyone was about to rush out of the island, just as they were about to rush out. But at this moment, however, an unforeseen event occurred. A low roar suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if some ancient existence had awakened from a deep sleep. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. The darkness in front of them dissipated. Everyone could finally see some of the surrounding scenes. They saw that the palaces had become dilapidated palaces. Many of the palaces were stained with blood, and there were corpses everywhere on the ground. Illusion. Seeing the sudden change in the scene, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It's not an illusion. What we saw before was an illusion, but now it's real. the Demon Lord said. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. The Demon Lord's words were simply too shocking. If that was the case, it was truly shocking. This was because Lin Feng and the others had an Emperor Realm Master overseeing them. Could it be that even Old Man Songhai was fooled? Generally, illusions were created by illusory arrays. Among the many formations, the illusory formation was obviously a relatively low-level formation. To be able to use such a low-level formation to deceive everyone, this ability, it was enough to be described as shocking. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Suddenly, a series of deep voices resounded between heaven and earth. When they heard that deep voice, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. He had only heard the voice of that supreme being. He had yet to see what kind of creature that existence was. It was already so shocking. It was hard to imagine how terrifying that existence was. The air seemed to have frozen. Thump, 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 thump. Heart. Lin Feng hurriedly covered his chest. He found that his heart was beating very fast. He even felt that his chest was about to split open. This feeling was too painful. Bang, bang, bang. And at this moment, the chests of the cultivators exploded. Those cultivators who were slightly weaker, they couldn't withstand that terrifying oppressive force at all. They all died tragically. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then, the densely packed nine-headed lizards rushed towards those corpses and began to gnaw on them. Those nine-headed lizards were very small. The smallest nine-headed lizard was only as long as a finger. The larger nine-headed lizards were about 10 centimeters long. Hurry up and come with me. Lin Feng looked at Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors. He activated his magnetic field and blocked that terrifying oppressive force. Du Zhu, the evil sovereign saint, and the two ghost emperors were in Lin Feng's magnetic field, and the pressure on their bodies was reduced by a lot. Lin Feng brought the four of them and quickly rushed outside. Now that a great disaster was about to befall them, they flew separately. They couldn't care less about the others. Everyone, good luck. The experts of the other four forces also took action to protect their cultivators. They each chose a direction to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a figure appeared in the darkness. That figure, from illusory, it became real. After seeing that figure, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It was a creature with a human body and a lizard head. There were a total of 9 lizard heads. Each of the lizard heads had a sinister and terrifying look in their eyes. Is it that 9-headed lizard that was worshipped? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized that it wasn't that lizard, because the 9-headed lizard that was worshipped in the side hall was a male lizard. And this lizard in front of him didn't look at the head. If he only looked at the body, it was obviously a woman's body, and it was very graceful and moving. But if it was coupled with those 9 lizard heads, it would look ferocious and terrifying. I'm from hell. A sinister and terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Then, waves of terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth. That fluctuation had an extremely powerful attack power. It was shocking and moving. Bang, bang, bang. That fluctuation was an indiscriminate attack, so everyone was hit, including Lin Feng. After being hit by that terrifying fluctuation, kacha-kacha sounds were heard. The magnetic field was actually destroyed, and Lin Feng and the others were sent flying. This is too terrifying. Lin Feng's face revealed a shocked expression. That creature was so powerful. It was simply unimaginable. In the distance, even the most powerful emperor-level powerhouse, Old Man Songhai, couldn't withstand the 9-headed lizard's attack and was also swept away. Many cultivators' bodies directly exploded, and they died tragically on the spot. The situation in front of them was really despairing. As for that terrifying existence, it continued to step forward. Terrifying power spread out again, and for the second time, it suppressed everyone. Many people couldn't help but feel a deep sense of despair. And just at this extremely dangerous moment, a terrifying creature appeared in this place. It turned out to be the creature in the wasteland. You're not dead yet? I'll send you to hell. Chapter 33:14. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the two sides fiercely clashed together. The powerful collision caused the entire island to shake violently. Everyone was shocked. They did not understand why the wasteland creature was fighting the nine-headed lizard queen. However, the battle between the two terrifying creatures gave Lin Feng and the rest a chance to escape. Despicable thing. You've been suppressed for so many years and you're still not dead? The nine-headed lizard queen's cold voice could be heard. His voice contained a monstrous killing intent. The wasteland creature said coldly, "Filthy thing. Aren't you cursed? Why haven't you completely lost yourself?" These two creatures were so powerful, but now they were attacking each other. Something unknown must have happened in the past to make them attack each other. However, this was destined to be a secret. Ordinary people would not know the secret of the past. Lin Feng and the rest were not interested in knowing what happened between these two terrifying creatures that caused them to fight to the death after so many years. Now, Lin Feng and the rest only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Bang, bang, bang. The two terrifying creatures clashed fiercely. Every time they clashed, the earth would shake. Their battle prowess was so strong that it was shocking. If it was someone else fighting with them, they would have died countless times. Destroy them first. Suddenly, the two terrifying creatures spoke at the same time. Although they were fighting to the death, these two terrifying creatures did not want to let Lin Feng and the rest go so easily. Whoosh, whoosh. The two terrifying creatures quickly chased after the group. Boom, boom. Then, the two terrifying creatures attacked. The nine-headed lizard queen spat out energy balls one after another. A total of 9 energy balls were spat out. Each energy ball contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The wasteland creature gently waved its claws. Whoosh! Suddenly, claw lights flew out one after another. The dense claw lights instantly tore apart heaven and earth. They were so powerful. People couldn't help but shudder in fear. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of the cultivators exploded under the nine-headed lizard queen's attack. They died on the spot. After their bodies exploded, the nine-headed lizard queen directly devoured the blood chi that was formed from their exploding bodies. Puff, puff, puff. At the same time, the sound of tearing could be heard. Under the attack of the wasteland creature, the cultivators' bodies were torn apart by the wasteland creature. Then, the cultivators were devoured by the wasteland creature. A large number of cultivators died. Many people could not help but reveal a deep look of despair. In their opinion, it was impossible to escape. They could not see any hope of escaping. Therefore, many people were in despair. Lin Feng and the rest were targeted. Not bad, not bad. For great sovereigns. That kid who hasn't even become a great sovereign has such a powerful bloodline. The wasteland creature looked at Lin's group. He quickly flew towards Lin Feng and the rest. A terrifying aura. It was suffocating. The creatures of the wasteland were too powerful. There was simply no way to resist. We'll stop him. Zhu. The evil dominator saint shouted. Those two people were loyal and devoted to Lin Feng. Now that they saw the wasteland creature chasing after them, they would rather sacrifice themselves. They also wanted to give Lin Feng a chance to escape. The two ghost emperors hesitated for a moment. They quickly said, "Young master, leave quickly. We will definitely hold it back." The two ghost emperors had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Feng as their master. But they only agreed to serve Lin Feng for 100 years. But after following Lin Feng, the two ghost emperors realized. Lin Feng did not look at them as if they were slaves. Lin Feng was very sincere to them, and he had been helping them to break through their cultivation. So, the two ghost emperors gradually became convinced of Lin Feng. Now, they were very loyal to Lin Feng. Of course, compared to Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint was more loyal to Lin Feng. The two ghost emperors might be a little worse. This was because Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint had followed Lin Feng for a long time. The fact that the two ghost emperors were willing to die for Lin Feng was enough to show their loyalty to Lin Feng. The two ghost emperors originally thought that he was afraid of death, but they didn't know until now. They were actually willing to die for others. Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors' voices fell. The four of them turned around and pounced towards the wasteland creature that was chasing after them. At this moment, Lin Feng was incomparably touched. To have such loyal and devoted subordinates, Li Tianlan thought. It was truly a blessing in life. How could he bear to watch Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors die in the hands of the wasteland creature? Therefore, Lin Feng opened his hand, and a powerful mana enveloped Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. Then, Lin Feng instantly activated a void teleportation array. The void teleportation array enveloped Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. Then, it wrapped them up and was about to send them out. Void teleportation array? Humph! What wishful thinking, you can't escape. The wasteland creature let out a contemptuous sneer. Then, he opened his hand and attacked Du Zhu and the other three who were enveloped by the void teleportation power. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and quickly charged towards the wasteland creature. Young master, Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors couldn't help but have their eyes pop out of their sockets. They wanted to rush out and fight side by side with Lin Feng. They even wanted to risk their lives to stall the wasteland creature. Then, Lin Feng would be able to leave this place. However, it was already too late. The four of them were teleported out. The wasteland creature's attack that was originally aimed at Du Zhu and the other three was blocked by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Lin Feng bought time for Du Zhu and the other three to be teleported out. Bang! Lin Feng, on the other hand, was sent flying by the wasteland creature's terrifying attack. Half of his body exploded. If not for Lin Feng's strong physical body and his immortal divine body, that attack just now, Lin Feng would probably have been killed. Even so, the wasteland creature's attack almost killed Lin Feng. As expected of the wasteland creature, its cultivation is really strong. Lin Feng looked at the wasteland creature with a gloomy expression. He activated his immortal divine body. His body quickly recovered to its original state. You know my identity? The wasteland creature narrowed its eyes and looked at Lin Feng with an incredulous expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Of course I know. I'm just very puzzled. Don't the creatures of the wasteland usually not leave the wasteland? Why did you walk out of the wasteland back then? Kid, is this something you have the right to ask?" The wasteland creature sneered and sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Chapter 33:15. This attack from the wasteland creature was extremely terrifying, shocking everyone to the extreme. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of suffocation. That feeling was too terrible, making Lin Feng feel as if he was going to lose his life at any time. Fate seemed to no longer be in his own hands. The power of the wasteland's life form. It was unimaginable. Heaven-mending technique. Facing the terrifying attack of the wasteland's life form, Lin Feng did not choose to fight the wasteland's life form head-on. Instead, he chose to use the heaven-mending technique to dodge the attack of the wasteland's life form. Because the attack of the wasteland's life form this time was much stronger than the previous one. As a result, Lin Feng felt that even if he activated the Black Dragon Sword, it was very likely that he would not be able to block the attack of the wasteland's life form. Since that was the case, it was better to dodge the attack of the wasteland's life form. There was no need to continue fighting with the wasteland's life form. Shua. With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. A talisman stone appeared in his hand. That talisman stone, not anything else. It was the Destiny Stone. It was something that senior sister Shui Linglong gave to Lin Feng to save his life at a critical moment. Destiny Stone. It could change fate once. Right now, Lin Feng was being targeted by the wasteland's life form. Lin Feng's fate should be death. Once the Destiny Stone was crushed, Lin Feng's fate would become rebirth. Therefore, as long as he crushed the Destiny Stone, Lin Feng would be able to resolve the crisis in front of him. Just as Lin Feng was about to crush the Destiny Stone, suddenly, Lin Feng discovered that a treasure in the mountain river ring was fluctuating violently. When he sensed the treasure, Lin Feng revealed an extremely shocked expression. That treasure. It was actually the Saint Emperor Stone. The Saint Emperor Stone was a treasure that Lin Feng had obtained a long time ago. The Saint Emperor Stone was a treasure that the Fire Qilin had given to Lin Feng. Back in the Sky Martial Continent, the Fire Qilin had gone through untold hardships to obtain the Saint Royal Stone, but it was besieged by countless cultivators. Thus, the Fire Qilin swallowed the Saint Emperor Stone. However, this almost took the Fire Qilin's life. The Fire Qilin's divine power was completely devoured by the Saint King Stone. After the Fire Qilin took the Saint King Stone out of its body, it felt that the Saint King Stone was too demonic. It didn't dare to keep it and gave it to Lin Feng. This was a supreme treasure. It had been a long time. Nothing strange had happened. Now that something strange had happened, Lin Feng was very surprised. Lin Feng originally planned to crush the Destiny Stone and leave. But now, the Sage Emperor Stone had mutated. Buzz! At this moment, the Saint Emperor Stone flew out. Human heritage. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the Saint King Stone. After hearing that voice, Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but shake slightly. Because, that voice, it was Han Fizi, the War Saint. Years ago, the Saint Emperor Stone was stained with the blood of the War Saint Han Fizi. The War Saint Han Fizi was a powerful existence. In the history of the human race, the War Saint Han Fizi had an extremely important position. The War Saint Han Fizi had passed down many great Dao. Han Fizi advocated that the power of the human race should be concentrated in the hands of the human monarch. The monarch of the human race led everyone to rise in the chaotic world. This was because the human race was weak, so their strength had to be concentrated. This way, it would be easier to unite. If the human race didn't unite, perhaps, the human race would once again become the slaves of other races. Their status would not even be as high as some of the livestock raised by those races. Han Fizi's ideas were promoted in the human world. Therefore, in that era, the power of the human race was very concentrated. Under the leadership of the ancient Saint Emperor, the human race was extremely united. Perhaps it was because of this that the human race was able to survive until now. And the War Saint Han Fizi had many classic views that were passed down. These views even had a huge impact on future generations. For example, don't blow the hair but nitpick. Han Fizi general principles: win without arrogance, lose without resentment. Shang Jun Shu battle techniques: 1,000-mile dike was destroyed by an ant's nest. Han Fizi Elder Yu, using a spear to attack a shield. Han Fizi Nan Yi, more haste, less speed. Han Fizi external Chu Shua above left, flashy but impractical, empty but useless. Han Fizi difficult to speak, winning is the strongest. Only those who can defeat themselves are the strongest. Seeing is clear. Only those who can recognize themselves are wise. There is a Tao in the world, and there is a plan to calculate. One must have a certain principle when doing things. One must calculate both the gains and losses. If one wants to succeed, one must first fail. If one wants to succeed, the first thing one may encounter is failure. Therefore, Han Fizi played an extremely crucial role in the development of the human race. No one knew how Han Fizi died in the past. Now, this blood-stained sacred Emperor Stone, perhaps it was left behind in this world. The only thing that had something to do with Han Fizi. When the words human heritage were spread, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of pride. Many races had been annihilated in the course of history, but no matter how many great wars broke out, but the human race still survived until now. This was the human heritage. Buzz. Han Fizi's shadow appeared. He stood in the void. His aura was so otherworldly. Standing in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What human heritage? It's just a lowly race. The wasteland creature sneered. He looked down on the human race and mocked them, saying that they were a lowly race. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to slander the human race? Lin Feng looked coldly at the wasteland creature, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The words of the wasteland creature completely infuriated Lin Feng. The human race. It was not inferior to any race. The human race. It was the most glorious race. Because the human race not only had the human heritage, but also the human heritage and spiritual heritage. So, the human race understood etiquette, justice, shame, filial piety, loyalty, and trust. This was something that other races could never understand. What? You don't believe me when I say that you humans are a lowly race? I have traversed the star field and have seen the human race in many places. The human race is always so weak, living at the bottom and even being slaves and servants. What's wrong with me saying that the human race is a lowly race? The wasteland creature looked at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. That gaze was filled with disdain from the bottom of his heart. The wasteland creature's voice was cold as he charged toward Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. It made people feel suffocated. Human heritage will never be extinguished. At this moment, the shadow of war sage Han Fizi spoke. The next moment, Chapter 33:16. When Han Fizi entered his body, Lin Feng immediately felt an unprecedented power surge into his body. That feeling made Lin Feng have the urge to look up to the sky and roar. That feeling was simply too good. Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble slightly. Now, Han Fizi's strength fused together with Lin Feng's for a short time. Die! The wasteland creature's cold voice suddenly sounded. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Then, he threw a punch at Lin Feng. Facing the terrifying attack of the wasteland creature, Lin Feng's face revealed a cold smile. Dragon elephant arm. Lin Feng couldn't help but shout in his heart. Now that Han Fizi's power merged with his body, Lin Feng's cultivation rose to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. Naturally, his various abilities were increasing crazily. Including the power of the dragon elephant arm, Lin Feng used the draconic elephant arm, a peerless and invincible skill. It instantly shattered the vacuum. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and the wasteland creature fiercely collided. Dang, 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 dang. Both sides kept retreating, and they were actually evenly matched. This is impossible. The wasteland creature shouted in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Because the wasteland creature didn't take Lin Feng seriously at all. He didn't even take the war sage Han Fizi seriously. But now, he actually couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to the wasteland creature. My clan's holy emperor's shadow merged with my body, and you can't defeat me anymore. Now you know who's the lowly creature, right? Trash like you don't even have the right to carry my clan's holy emperor's shoes. Lin Feng looked at the wasteland creature and couldn't help but curl his lips. Murderous intent. Lin Feng's words angered the wasteland creature. He said coldly, "Brat, do you know what a stupid thing you've done?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "A stupid thing? I don't think so. You're a lowly race to begin with. Do you know what the greatest race in history is? Let me tell you, the greatest race in history is the human race. When the heavens and earth was first created, the first living being was the ancestor of the sovereign's imperial clan. The sovereign clan was the first human race. Countless sentient life forms were born later on, and countless of them took the appearance of their ancestor. This is the greatness of the human race. Only lowly creatures like you, only ignorant fools would think that the human race is a lowly race. Of course, you might know that the human race is ancient and noble, but for the sake of your own vanity, you're insulting the human race. You're just trying to hide the jealousy in your heart. Just look at your hideous appearance, and it's obvious that you're a dirty and lowly race. Am I right? In the past, you weren't even fit to carry my clan's holy emperor's shoes, and you still aren't. Soon, you won't even have the right to carry my shoes. However, I can see that you have some cultivation, so I'll give you a chance. Kneel on the ground, kowtow to me, and swear your loyalty to me. I can reluctantly take you in as a slave." Lin Feng continued. In terms of eloquence, Lin Feng didn't lose to anyone. His words angered the creatures of the wasteland so much that they trembled all over. The wasteland creature was a powerful existence that everyone respected. Who would dare say such words to him? But now, Lin Feng had not only said such words, but also said many more. The wasteland creature couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. "Little bastard, I'm going to break every bone in your body. The wasteland creature looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Trash like you? I can make you vomit blood with 3 punches. Lin Feng continued to provoke the wasteland creature. I'm so angry. I'm going to eat you. The wasteland creature was furious. He roared. He directly pounced at Lin Feng. Then, 2 sharp claws quickly clawed at Lin Feng. Shwa shwa. Although it was only a physical attack, it still formed a claw light. The wasteland creature's physical body was terrifying enough. Therefore, the wasteland creature was extremely confident in his physical body. In addition, Lin Feng said that he could make him vomit blood with 3 punches. How could the wasteland creature endure such contempt? Therefore, the wasteland creature once again used his physical body to activate martial arts moves to deal with Lin Feng. The wasteland creature wanted to kill Lin Feng with his physical body, to prove his strength. And this was exactly what Lin Feng wanted, because Lin Feng had greatly improved in all aspects. The power of the dragon elephant arm suddenly increased. Then, the power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times would definitely be greatly improved. Therefore, facing the attack of the wasteland creature, Lin Feng activated the 5 devouring martial spirits. The power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times poured into his arms. The power of 1 punch. It was as if it could shatter heaven and earth. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. It was shocking. When the power reached the peak, it could break through 10,000 methods with force. Breaking the attack of the wasteland creature was not a problem. Bang! The power of the dragon elephant arm by 5 times suddenly erupted. It was really a peerless terror, directly breaking the attack of the wasteland creature. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch directly hit the chest of the wasteland creature. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The powerful wasteland creature could not resist the power of Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm by 5 times. Wah! And the wasteland creature vomited blood from Lin Feng's punch. No, this is absolutely impossible. This is absolutely not true. The wasteland creature could not accept what had happened. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a human cultivator. This made the wasteland creature almost go crazy. I originally thought that I would need 3 punches to make you vomit blood, but I didn't expect that I would only need 1 punch to make you vomit blood. This is really unexpected. Trash is trash. I said that you are trash. Do you admit it? If I was at the same level as you, do you believe that I would be able to kill you in 1 move? Now you know who is the lowly race, right? Lin Feng quickly killed the wasteland creature, not wanting to give it a chance to struggle. He unleashed a terrifying attack on the wasteland creature. At the same time, he continued to provoke the wasteland creature. When the wasteland creature was suppressed in the past, it had never suffered such humiliation. But now, it suffered such humiliation. It was really a great humiliation. Therefore, the wasteland creature could not accept it. Anger attacked its heart. With a wah, it vomited another mouthful of blood. I said that you are trash, and you still don't admit it. With such a poor psychological endurance, you don't even have the qualifications to be my slave. Chapter 33:17. Although the wasteland creature couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces, eat Lin Feng's flesh, drink Lin Feng's blood. But the wasteland creature also knew that Lin Feng's physical strength was too strong. It wasn't something he could contend against. Therefore, the wasteland creature didn't want to fight Lin Feng in close combat anymore. He wanted to distance himself. He wanted to use his powerful magic power to suppress Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wouldn't give him this chance. The best way to kill the wasteland creature was to destroy his physical body. The wasteland creature wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack, but he found that Lin Feng was following him like a shadow. He couldn't dodge at all. Therefore, the wasteland creature had no choice but to take action to defend against Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The 2 sides collided again. The strength of the dragon elephant arm increased to an unimaginable level. It was very powerful. It was shocking. Crack! Crack! This time, the wasteland creature's arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's attack was too powerful, directly suppressing the wasteland creature to the point that he could only defend himself. He had no strength to fight back at all. Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. The war Saint Han Fizi was really terrifying. It was just a shadow that had entered his body, but it had already erupted with such a terrifying combat power. How powerful was the war Saint Han Fizi at his peak? Perhaps. The war Saint Han Fizi at his peak. Even if he entered the wasteland, they were all existences at the level of rulers, right? But such a powerful war Saint Han Fizi. How did he fall? Just this point. Lin Feng was puzzled. Of course, now wasn't the time to think about this. Lin Feng only wanted to kill the wasteland creature. If he could kill the creatures of the wasteland and then plunder their origin to refine, he would be able to kill them. He would definitely be able to increase his combat strength again, increase his savings. Before breaking through to the Great Emperor, Lin Feng had to constantly collect all kinds of origin, top-notch heaven and earth treasures, and other things to refine. At the same time, he had to cultivate all kinds of 3,000 great Daos to increase his own great Dao foundation. Constant accumulation, 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 accumulation. Only then could Lin Feng shock everyone when he broke through to the Great Emperor. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Feng rushed forward and punched towards the wasteland creature. Crack, crack, crack. It was unknown how many of the wasteland creature's bones were broken. Lin Feng saw the hope of killing the spirit of the wasteland. After he threw 9 consecutive punches, the wasteland creature was already severely injured. Was almost couldn't hold on at that moment. Lin Feng threw his 10th punch. He wanted to kill the spirit. Escape, escape, escape. At this moment, the wasteland creature couldn't help but roar. Then, with a loud bang, the wasteland spirit's body exploded. Terrifying energy waves Lint TS was it Feng's to self-explode? When the wasteland creature's body exploded, the energy shockwave was so terrifying that it was shocking. Therefore, facing the wasteland creature's terrifying attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly cast magic immunity, great defense technique, and heavenly pagoda to protect himself. 3 layers of defense. Lin Feng was still sent flying. The heavenly pagoda's defense was instantly destroyed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was now possessed by the Sage Emperor and was very powerful. In the end, he resolved the wasteland creature's self-explosion. But what shocked Lin Feng was that the wasteland creature didn't die after self-exploding. When it had just self-destructed, the wasteland creature had once again derived a new body. Damn it! Damn it! You didn't die from the explosion. The wasteland creature's expression was extremely gloomy, and its entire face was distorted. Just now, the wasteland creature had used a heaven-defying technique. It definitely couldn't be used too many times. What technique was that? Lin Feng asked. Die. The wasteland creature didn't answer Lin Feng. Instead, it condensed a huge energy ball. Then, the wasteland creature threw the huge energy ball at Lin Feng. That energy ball contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had used the demon-worshipping god diagram. This powerful divine ability had been passed down to him by Mother Nuwa. Its power was extremely tyrannical. After Lin Feng used the demon-worshipping god's picture, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In an instant, in the void, an illusory world appeared. In that illusory world, Goddess Nuwa appeared. In the surroundings, densely packed ancient devils. They knelt on the ground and submitted to Goddess Nuwa. At the same time, the demon lord's voice rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Cicada shedding is the wasteland creature's desperate technique. It's said that this technique can only be used once in a lifetime. If it dares to use it a second time, its soul will be shattered and scattered. Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the cicada shedding to have such harsh requirements. The communication between the demon lord and Lin Feng was done in an instant. It didn't affect Lin Feng's attack. At this moment, the wasteland creature shot out an energy ball. It collided with Lin Feng's demon-worshipping god diagram. Lin Feng's demon-worshipping god diagram directly broke the energy ball of the wasteland creature. Then, the wasteland creature was sent flying. If it wasn't for the cicada shedding technique, you would have died without a burial place. And the cicada shedding technique can only be used once in a lifetime by your race. Now, I'll see how you die. Lin Feng's face was full of dense killing intent. He quickly charged towards the wasteland creature, wanting to kill it. The battle here had already attracted everyone's attention. No one expected it. Lin Feng actually had such a method. It's the treasure floating beside him. The cultivators stared at the heavenly king's stone with greed in their eyes. Come and help me kill this kid. The things on him must be extremely shocking. Maybe some of them can help you remove the curse? The wasteland creature blocked Lin Feng's attack while looking at the nine-headed lizard queen. Hearing that, the nine-headed lizard queen ignored the other cultivators. She quickly flew towards Lin Feng, wanting to besiege Lin Feng with the wasteland creature. Go, go, go! The surviving cultivators naturally didn't dare to stay and watch the show. Instead, they quickly fled. Kid, hand over your life. After the nine-headed lizard queen flew over, she directly condensed a demonic mountain shadow and charged towards Lin Feng. The wasteland creature condensed a destructive star field and smashed towards Lin Feng. Facing the attacks of the two terrifying existences, Lin Feng coldly snorted. Chapter 33:18. Boundless Haki was an extremely terrifying technique. Moreover, Lin Feng's combat strength had increased so much. Displaying Boundless Haki. This was even more shocking. After Lin Feng displayed Boundless Haki, this powerful divine ability instantly collided with the attacks of the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. Along with the violent collision, there was a sudden sound. Boundless Haki. Invincible. It directly destroyed the attacks of the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. After that, Boundless Haki bombarded the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen. The two terrifying creatures were directly sent flying by Lin Feng's Boundless Haki. Damn it! How can this brat be so powerful? The nine-headed lizard queen said with a gloomy expression. That blood-stained sacred rock is definitely extraordinary. The wasteland creature said greedily. He was looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of greed in his eyes. With Lin Feng's cultivation, he could display such powerful combat strength after being possessed by the sacred emperor's phantom. Let alone them. Although they were not humans, the wasteland creature believed that they would have a way to control the sacred emperor's stone. They might even be able to borrow the power inside the sacred emperor's stone. Don't hold back anymore. Use all your strength to kill this brat. The nine-headed lizard queen said coldly. She was also tempted by greed. However, killing Lin Feng was the most important thing now. As for who would get the treasures on Lin Feng after Lin Feng was killed, at that time, it would depend on who was stronger between her and the wasteland creature. Although these two terrifying creatures were working together, in reality, these two terrifying creatures were still enemies. However, the huge benefits in front of them made them temporarily put aside their grudges. They chose to work together. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, terrifying auras surged out from the bodies of the two terrifying creatures. The wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen began to circulate their powerful magic. The magic in their bodies was like a torrential flood, sweeping through the world and shaking the void. The power was so strong. It was truly shocking. Obviously, the wasteland creature and the nine-headed lizard queen were preparing an even more powerful attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent after sensing the aura fluctuations from the two terrifying existences. With the War Saint Han Fizi's projection in his body, Lin Feng was no longer afraid of the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen. Lin Feng was just about to unleash a powerful divine ability to deal with the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen. However, Lin Feng discovered that the power in his body was rapidly weakening. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the War Saint Han Fizi's power could not be maintained for too long. What a pity! What a pity! If only it could last a little longer. Perhaps I can kill one of them. But now, the War Saint Han Fizi's strength is rapidly declining. I have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, the situation will be extremely unfavorable. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Whoosh! Without stopping, he turned around and rushed outside. The wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, so they were both preparing their ultimate move. Such a powerful move. Naturally, it would take a little longer to prepare. The two of them were about to succeed. However, at this moment, Lin Feng escaped. This made the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen have the urge to vomit blood. Kid, don't run. After the wasteland creatures and the nine-headed lizard queen dispersed their divine abilities, they quickly chased after Lin Feng. As they chased, they roared. But Lin Feng's speed was too fast. Soon, he rushed out of the island. Because of the curse, the nine-headed lizard queen could not leave the island. And the wasteland creatures had a deep grudge with the nine-headed lizard queen. After realizing that Lin Feng had disappeared without a trace and could no longer catch up, they returned to the island and fought with the nine-headed lizard queen. Soon, Lin Feng flew dozens of miles away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Han Fizi's shadow flew out of Lin Feng's body. Endless connections. After Han Fizi's shadow flew out, he looked at Lin Feng and said aloud. Looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with relief. Lin Feng was shocked. A brand. Could it still have consciousness? This was too inconceivable. Senior, could it be that you still have a soul in the Saint Emperor Stone? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. If Han Fizi still had a soul in the Saint Emperor Stone, with Han Fizi's ability, maybe he could reincarnate. For the human race, this was definitely a joyous occasion. It's not a soul. My soul has long since dissipated into thin air. This is an obsession of mine. There is a matter that has yet to be resolved, so this obsession of mine has yet to dissipate. Perhaps, after that matter is resolved, my obsession will also disappear with the wind. Han Fizi said. Hearing Han Fizi's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sadness in his heart. Han Fizi was the Saint Emperor of the human race. A Saint King like him had made countless contributions to the human race. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of death. It was really sad and lamentable. People couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Is there anything this junior can do for senior? Lin Feng said in a dry voice. He really wanted to do something for Han Fizi within his power. In Lin Feng's heart, he really hoped that Han Fizi could survive, even if it cost Lin Feng 50 million years of lifespan. In exchange for 5 years of Han Fizi's life, Lin Feng would agree without hesitation. But Lin Feng knew, many times, things were not as simple as he thought. Many times, many things, they were all filled with helplessness. I'll stay by your side and use your chi to protect my obsession. Perhaps the awakening of this obsession has a great deal to do with your luck. Han Fizi said, therefore, you don't have to do anything anymore. Perhaps, before my obsession dissipates, it can appear a few more times. Lin Feng's mood was very low and sad. He really didn't want to see the ancient Saint Emperor of the human race end up like this. Don't be sad. Don't be sad for me. Everyone has their own destiny. This is something that can't be changed. Han Fizi said. He wanted to reach out and pat Lin Feng on the shoulder, but his hand stopped in midair before touching Lin Feng, because his body was only formed from his obsession. It was not a real body. Such an illusory body could not have any physical contact with Lin Feng. Man can conquer the heavens. There must be a way to defy the heavens and change fate. I will work hard to find such a way to revive Senior. Chapter 33:19. You are considerate. You don't have to deliberately do these things. Many things can be done naturally. Han Fizi said. Let nature take its course. Lin Feng muttered these 4 words, savoring these 4 words. From these 4 words, he could tell. He tasted some special charm from it. That kind of charm. It was as if it made Lin Feng feel enlightened. The great Tao was simple. Sometimes, it was a simple sentence. Perhaps it contained the truth of the great Tao. Just like what Han Fizi said now. Just 4 words. But it contained the supreme great Tao. Lin Feng knew that Han Fizi was giving him pointers. He cupped his fists to Han Fizi to thank him. Thank you for your pointers, Senior. It's your own enlightenment. Han Fizi looked at Lin Feng with appreciation. At this moment, Han Fizi's body was dissipating bit by bit. Han Fizi's body couldn't appear for too long. This obsession couldn't be accommodated by heaven and earth. If it weren't for Lin Feng's luck protection, perhaps This divine will, there would never be a day when it would wake up. I wanted to teach you some supreme supernatural powers, but unfortunately, there are no memories of any supernatural powers in my obsession. I can't teach you, but the Holy Emperor's Stone is very extraordinary. Back then, it recorded a powerful supernatural power. You can comprehend it. If you can successfully comprehend it, it will be of great use to your future, Han Fizi said. After saying this, his body disappeared into thin air, and the holy light of the Holy Emperor's Stone dimmed. Perhaps, for a long time, Han Fizi couldn't appear again. The Holy Emperor's Stone recorded a powerful supernatural power. What kind of supernatural power is it? Lin Feng was very puzzled. Previously, he had never thought that the Saint Emperor's Stone would actually record such a powerful divine ability, because Lin Feng never found any clues on the Holy Emperor's Stone. He carefully observed the Holy Emperor's Stone. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Some mysterious runes appeared on the Holy Emperor's Stone. In the past, there were no runes on the Saint Emperor's Stone. These runes, all of them had just appeared. Lin Feng guessed that the appearance of these runes had something to do with Han Fizi. Could these runes be the incantation for the divine ability that Senior Han Fizi mentioned? Lin Feng could not help but think of a certain possibility. Furthermore, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Perhaps it was just as he had guessed. However, now was not the time to study these runes. The most important thing now was to leave this sea area. One day later, Lin Feng left the sea. He tried to communicate with Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors. This was because there was a special soul imprint between them. Therefore, within a certain distance, Lin Feng could sense the presence of the four people. However, this time, Lin Feng failed. He couldn't sense the existence of Du Zhu, the evil dominator saint, and the two ghost emperors. They should have only been teleported 300 li away. Moreover, they should be able to use their senses to find me. Therefore, we should be very close to each other now. However, I can't sense the four of them. This is really strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. There was only one possibility for this situation. That was that Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors had entered a place that blocked all senses. Even their spiritual will could sense it. It could be blocked. The four of them should not be in any danger when they were together. Lin Feng was quite confident in the four of them. Since he couldn't contact Du Zhu, the evil dominator Holy, and the two ghost emperors, Lin Feng found a hidden place to enter seclusion. He couldn't wait to study the Holy Emperor's Stone. What kind of divine ability is recorded in the Holy Emperor's Stone? Even an expert like Senior Han Fizi seems to admire this divine ability. It must be an extremely heaven-defying divine ability, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He carefully observed the runes on the Holy Emperor's Stone. The runes were very ancient and filled with a mysterious feeling. Lin Feng carefully looked at them and found that he didn't recognize the runes on them. Over the years, Lin Feng had seen all kinds of ancient runes. However, this was the first time he had seen such runes. Demon Lord, have you seen such runes before? Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. I've never seen such runes before, but judging from their shape, they seem to be a kind of runes passed down by Taoism. Demon Lord said, Taoism's runes? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Taoism, it had a long history, and it was incomparably mysterious. Taoism's inheritance was also incomparably powerful. In fact, nowadays, the various divine ability inheritances were more or less related to Taoism. The ancestors of Taoism, the three pure ones. They were also figures that reigned supreme in both ancient and modern times. There was a saying that Buddhism was Tao. In the world of cultivators, there was even a saying, even Buddhism, they all evolved from Taoism, not to mention other sections. Since the Demon Lord said that these runes might be Taoism's runes, didn't that mean that the divine ability inheritance recorded on the Holy Emperor's Stone might be Taoism's inheritance? Lin Feng cultivated two Taoism inheritances. The first was the divine ability of one qi into three pure ones. It was one of the supreme techniques of Taoism. The second was the true word Lin of the 9 words mantra. Lin Feng's comprehension was so strong. He could comprehend any divine ability, and it was comprehending those divine abilities in a short period of time. It had a lot to do with the true word Lin. True word Lin. It could help cultivators comprehend the Tao. This was a heaven-defying method. In fact, any of the 9 words mantra of the Taoism inheritance, they were all extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, the most important thing was 9 words mantra. Each had its own wonders. Lin Feng tried to communicate with those mysterious runes with his divine will. At the same time, he activated the true word Lin. It helped him comprehend the runes on the Holy Emperor's stone. Time passed. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Feng suddenly heard a dong-dong-dong sound. That sound. It was like the sound of the Honglu bell being rung. The next moment, Lin Feng found that he had arrived at a continuous range of mountains. This was a celestial mountain. There were endless celestial mountains. Cranes could be seen soaring into the sky everywhere. Those cranes spread their wings and flew high. Their wings flapped gently. His body flew more than 10 miles away. The speed was so fast that it made people speechless. At the peak of a celestial mountain, there was a pavilion. There was a big bell hanging in the pavilion. A Taoist priest. He rang the big bell. When the bell rang, many Taoists appeared on the square. Under the lead of the elders, these Taoists sat cross-legged and comprehended the Tao. What's going on? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Chapter 33:20. What are these Taoist priests doing? Are they cultivating together? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Taoism was too mysterious. Therefore, everything about Taoism was to Lin Feng. There was a sense of mystery about it. He sat down as well, cultivating with these Taoist priests. The incantation of Lin played a key role at this time. It helped Lin Feng blend into this group of Taoist priests. It was a very special feeling. Lin Feng felt as if he had become a Taoist priest. A special aura filled the air between heaven and earth. That special aura made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. It was as if all the pores on his body were about to open. He tried his best to breathe in this world, to comprehend this world. The 3 old Taoist priests sitting on the platform led everyone to cultivate together. Everyone's breathing. It was exactly the same as the 3 old Taoist priests. Lin Feng's breathing was exactly the same as the 3 old Taoist priests. Vaguely, he felt the aura of great Tao. This feeling made Lin Feng feel very comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in the Tao law. His body seemed to be going through a special sublimation. At this moment, the old Taoist priest in the middle suddenly opened his mouth and softly spat out a word. It was the word Tao. It contained the power of great Tao. It was mysterious and unfathomable. This word, it was the word Bing. Lin Feng was very surprised. The word Bing was very special. Especially in Taoism, this word was even more special. The 9 words mantra of Taoism. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The word Bing was ranked second. It could be seen from this. The word Bing, how important it was. Previously, Lin Feng had seen the Peacock King and others use the supernatural power of the word Bing. This divine ability was an extremely heaven-defying divine ability. Once it was used, it could forcibly control the opponent's weapon. Then, with the opponent's weapon, attack the opponent himself. His opponent was caught off guard. Just a little carelessness. He would definitely die under the attack of the soldier mantra. Right now, the old Taoist lightly uttered the word army. This made Lin Feng very confused. Lin Feng also thought of a possibility. Could it be? The old Taoist lightly uttered the word army. It had something to do with the army mantra. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Army mantra. That was a divine ability that everyone dreamed of. If he could get the weapon incantation, to Lin Feng, this was definitely a huge opportunity. The Bing mantra could play an extremely crucial role for Lin Feng. The sound of the great path intertwined between heaven and earth. The sound of the great path reverberated throughout the world. An unknown amount of time had passed. Lin Feng felt as if he had heard something special. That kind of sound was ringing in his ears, as if someone was lying next to his ears. That was the legendary voice of the heavenly Tao. Waves of sound. It contained the great Tao of heaven. When he heard that kind of sound, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. Because, in the voice of the heavenly Tao, it contained a series of chants. Those chants. It turned out to be the cultivation chants of the army mantra. The army mantra. The supreme divine ability that Lin Feng had been peeping at for a long time. Now Lin Feng actually had an epiphany of the cultivation chants of this divine ability. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Once the army mantra was an unparalleled divine ability, it would definitely have an extremely heaven-defying effect. Lin Feng worked hard to comprehend the contents of the army mantra. As time passed, chants after chants, they were remembered by Lin Feng in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the scene in front of him disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he found that he was still in the cave where he was in seclusion. He still held the Saint Emperor stone in his hand. Just now, Lin Feng entered the state of epiphany and sensed that mysterious world. In that mysterious world, he sensed the cultivation method of the army mantra. This was the power of the great Tao. I really got the cultivation chants of the army mantra. Soon, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This was because a new spell had appeared in his mind. As for the extra part of the spell, it was the cultivation chants of the army mantra. This made Lin Feng excited. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. His face was full of ecstasy. Lin Feng's mind quickly immersed in the cultivation chants of the army mantra. This divine ability was indeed incomparably wondrous. Of course, such a miraculous and powerful divine ability would be extremely difficult to cultivate. But Lin Feng had confidence in himself. He believed that he could definitely cultivate the army mantra successfully. Lin Feng didn't cultivate the army mantra here, because it took time to cultivate this divine ability. But now, it wasn't the best time to cultivate this divine ability. This was the Stone State Ruins. There must be a lot of opportunities here. At this moment, the most important thing to do was to go somewhere else to look for opportunities. Maybe he could even gain something. Lin Feng left the place of seclusion and quickly flew towards the depths of the Stone State. At this time, Lin Feng found many cultivators. But the cultivators who entered here were obviously not from the four major forces. The four major forces had suffered heavy losses. There probably weren't many people left now. Could it be that someone really sold the information? That's why so many people entered here. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Because some of the cultivators from the four major forces knew about the Stone State Ruins. So Lin Feng wasn't sure which cultivator sold the information about the Stone State Ruins. Lin Feng continued to fly towards the depths. On this day, Lin Feng saw a white tiger galloping in a mountain forest. The white tiger's aura was extremely terrifying, causing him to turn pale with fright. But soon, Lin Feng discovered that the white tiger wasn't a real white tiger. It was formed by a spiritual aura. This made Lin Feng very shocked. How could a spiritual aura be so powerful? Lin Feng followed behind the white tiger. In the end, the white tiger rushed into a mountain range and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng tried to search for the white tiger with his divine sense. There were no clues at all. He couldn't help but touch his chin. Where did that white tiger run off to? Lin Feng didn't rashly enter the mountain range because he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying aura in the mountain range. That terrifying aura made Lin Feng very wary. Lin Feng walked around the mountain range and carefully observed it. Soon, he couldn't help but frown. Because Lin Feng discovered that this mountain range was actually the terrain of a white tiger fighting a dragon. The white tiger was in charge of killing. The white tiger fighting the dragon. This was a place of absolute death. It was extremely dangerous. Ordinary people entered it. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. But in this kind of place. Chapter 33:21. Lin Feng planned to enter the mountain range to explore. He was bold because of his skill. He knew that the mountain range was dangerous. But he also wanted to enter and explore. Perhaps to be able to gain something in the mountain range. Lin Feng carefully rushed towards the mountain range. The terrain of the white tiger fighting the dragon was destined to be extremely dangerous. It emitted an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, making people suffocate. In the mountain range, Lin Feng found that his divine sense was suppressed very much. Therefore, here, it was difficult to use divine sense to explore the surrounding situation. It's really strange. I released my divine sense outside to explore the mountain range. My divine sense wasn't suppressed at all. But now that I'm releasing my divine sense inside, it's actually suppressed. I don't know what kind of power is suppressing my divine sense. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. This mountain range was full of strangeness, but there might be some amazing opportunities hidden in such a place. Lin Feng went all the way in. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the surrounding forest. Lin Feng pricked up his ears to listen. He heard that strange sound. Lin Feng's mind trembled slightly. He felt that something seemed to be approaching. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black light came out from the forest and quickly flew towards Lin Feng. That black light, it turned out to be a pitch-black insect. When he saw the pitch-black insect, Lin Feng's face showed an extremely surprised expression. That pitch-black insect's speed was really too fast. Such a fast speed. It made that pitch-black insect instantly turn into a cold light that could cut through heaven and earth. If it were other cultivators, they wouldn't even be able to react in time. Their bodies had already been torn apart by that pitch-black insect. They died on the spot. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng was good at speed. Although the pitch-black insect's speed was unbelievably fast, but Lin Feng's speed was even faster. He flicked his finger. A beam of sword chi shot out. Poochie. The sword chi slashed the pitch-black insect's body. The pitch-black insect was directly cut in half by the sword chi. And at this time, a terrifying scene occurred. When the black bug was split into two halves, a lot of liquid flowed out of his body. As for the liquid, it was light green in color. The pale green liquid was so terrifying that it corroded a thumb-sized black hole in the void. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of bug was this? Wasn't the poison in his body too terrifying? It could even corrode the void. If the venom dripped onto a person's body, who would be able to withstand the venom's attack? Think about it. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer to where Lin Feng was. Lin Feng felt that the situation was not quite right. He sped up and rushed towards the depths. Right at this moment, a dense swarm of tiny insects flew out. All of them were pitch-black bugs that contained a terrifying poison. Even the venom of a single black bug could corrode the void. Moreover, there were so many pitch-black bugs now. At a glance, there were countless of them. When he saw those pitch-black bugs on Lin Feng's face, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He hurriedly took out the heavenly mystery pagoda, and at this moment, the dense swarm of pitch-black bugs had already rushed over. They directly surrounded Lin Feng. The endless pitch-black bugs were lying on the defensive light shield outside Lin Feng. They were constantly gnawing at the defensive light shield. Lin Feng took out the heavenly fire, wanting to burn those pitch-black bugs to death with the heavenly fire. But very quickly, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. Those pitch-black bugs were actually not afraid of being burned by the heavenly fire. Such a powerful heavenly fire. It actually couldn't hurt those pitch-black bugs. This made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. This is the black flame scorpion bug. It is rumored that it is a terrifying demonic bug born in the hellfire. Its body contains an extremely terrifying poison. The poison contained in the bodies of 10 black flame scorpion bugs can kill an Emperor God-level cultivator. And because this poisonous bug is born in flames, it has an extremely strong immunity to flames. Even the heavenly fire can't hurt these bugs. The demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng was shocked. This kind of poisonous bug was a little too terrifying. 10 of them could poison an emperor god to death. Perhaps dozens of them could poison an immortal emperor to death. Hundreds of them could poison an emperor-level expert to death. And in front of him, this poisonous bug, it covered the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. He didn't know how many of these poisonous bugs there were. If the defensive light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda was destroyed by these poisonous bugs, then, at that time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng directly used the divine ability, 10,000 swords return to sect. The densely packed sword chi slashed towards the poisonous bugs. Screech. The densely packed poisonous bugs all let out sharp and ear-piercing cries. There were so many poisonous bugs. They roared together. The soundwave attack formed was extremely powerful. Clang, 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 accompanied by the sound of violent collisions. The billions of sword chi condensed by Lin Feng. They were all blocked by the poisonous bugs. They couldn't hurt the poisonous bugs. And the poisonous bugs closest to Lin Feng began to spit out venom. The venom stuck to the light shield. Chi 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 sounds could be heard. The defensive light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda was damaged. It was constantly corroded. Perhaps it wouldn't take long. The defensive light shield formed by the heavenly mystery pagoda. It would be completely destroyed. Once it was destroyed, Lin Feng would be in danger. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Feng's expression was extremely ugly. Screech. At this moment, the mother bug in the mountain river ring actually let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. This is... Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. He didn't know why the mother bug would let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry at this time. He carefully sensed every movement of the prehistoric demon-refining insect queen. The mother bug kept roaring. It roared dozens of times in a row. Kacha kacha. The eggshells of the mother bug's eggs actually began to crack. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the primordial demon bug would hatch at this time. One by one, the primordial demon bug larvae crawled out of the eggshells. Then, those primordial demon bug larvae flew out of the mountain river ring. Lin Feng saw a scene that shocked him. One by one, the primordial demon bug larvae actually drilled into the bodies of the densely packed poisonous bugs. In the blink of an eye, one by one, the bodies of the venomous insects dried up. The flesh and blood of those poisonous bugs were sucked dry by the primordial demon bug. Chapter 33:22. The great desolate demon refining insect is using these black flame scorpions as nourishment for its evolution. The demon lord couldn't help but say in shock. Lin Feng quickly nodded. He also had an incredible feeling. He never thought that the great desolate demon refining insect would be so powerful. Everything he knew about the great desolate demon refining insect was from what he heard or read in some books. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful the great desolate demon refining insect was. The only thing he knew was that even in the great desolate era, the great desolate demon refining insect was also one of the most powerful social creatures. Now, these great desolate demon refining insect displayed heaven-defying abilities. They directly treated these terrifying black flame scorpions as their food. It was unbelievable. Great. This is great. The more powerful the great desolate demon refining insect is, the more beneficial it is for me. Lin Feng couldn't help but clench his fists. The great desolate demon refining insect was one of the 3 insect species that Lin Feng controlled. It was also the only insect species that lived in groups. The Emperor Archaic and the Ancient Ancestor insect were naturally powerful enough. But there was only one Emperor Archaic and one Ancient Ancestor insect each. The great desolate demon refining insect. It was a huge swarm of insects. Therefore, to be honest, the threat of the great desolate demon refining insect swarm was more terrifying. Screech. Screech. The densely packed black flame scorpions let out sharp screeches. Those black flame scorpions were frantically avoiding the great desolate demon refining insect. At the same time, many black flame scorpions were attacking the great desolate demon refining insect. They hoped to kill the great desolate demon refining insect. However, these great desolate demon refining insect were very powerful. Although they were only larvae, they had extremely extraordinary and heaven-defying abilities. The great desolate demon refining insect directly swallowed the black flame scorpion's attacks. Then it continued to drill into the bodies of the black flame scorpions. It began to devour large amounts of the black flame scorpion's flesh, essence, and venom. Those dead black flame scorpions were only left with the outermost layer of carapace. All the flesh, essence, venom, and even internal organs in the carapace were completely devoured by the great, desolate demon refining insect. As the primitive demon refining insect devoured the black flame scorpions one after another, the black flame scorpions were devoured by the primitive demon refining insect. The primitive demon refining bugs began to evolve. This was the first evolution of the prehistoric demon refining insect after it hatched. The bodies of the primitive demon refining bugs grew larger. Furthermore, those prehistoric devil refining insects had shed their shells. The new shell was even sturdier and more powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the black flame scorpions realized that they were no match for the desolate demon refining insects, they quickly fled into the distance. The desolate demon refining insect chased after the black flame scorpion for a while, but it still managed to escape, because there were too many black flame scorpions. However, the number of prehistoric demon refining insects could not be compared to the number of black flame scorpions. It was extremely unrealistic to want to exterminate all of the black flame scorpions. The number of the first batch of primitive demon refining insects was about 30 to 40,000. These were the earliest eggs hatched by the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The prehistoric demon refining insect queen was very similar to the ant queen. He was the king of his race. However, the main task was to give birth to an heir. The entire race. They were all the offspring of the mother worm of the prehistoric era. Therefore, the entire race. They were very loyal to the prehistoric demon refining insect queen. The densely packed prehistoric demon refining insects surrounded Lin Feng and danced around him. Lin Feng felt waves of divine will waves. Those divine will waves were emitted from the prehistoric demon refining insects. The first batch of prehistoric demon refining insects had successfully hatched and even completed an evolution. Therefore, they were very excited. Lin Feng let these prehistoric demon refining insects enter the mountain river ring. After the first batch of prehistoric demon refining insects hatched, they would definitely be of great use to Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to walk in. He felt that this mountain range was really a blessed land. Although danger lurked everywhere, it was a huge gain for him. In the mountain range, the mountains were continuous. Lin Feng crossed 3 mountains in a row. Just as he entered the range of the 4th mountain, suddenly, a gust of wind swept over. In the gust of wind, there were actually dense and powerful restrictions. Restrictive spells appeared one after another. They could easily shatter the void. They were very powerful. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but change. What a powerful restriction storm. Lin Feng's expression became serious. Restriction storm. As the name implied, it was when the restrictions gathered together and formed a powerful storm. The storm swept through heaven and earth. The destructive power was unimaginably terrifying. Anyone who was swept into the restriction storm, they could be torn to pieces by the powerful restriction storm. Fortunately, Lin Feng was proficient in formations. Anyone who faced such a terrifying restriction storm, they would feel that it was troublesome. They might even die in it. Even Lin Feng, after being surrounded by the restriction storm, he was also very careful. Fortunately, Lin Feng's methods were powerful. He shuttled freely in the restriction storm. He dodged the attack of the restriction storm. He continued to go deeper into the mountain range. Lin Feng passed through the restriction storm. He arrived at the 5th mountain. In the 5th mountain, he saw a huge skeleton. That's the skeleton of a white tiger? Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. The skeleton of a white tiger. It was actually the skeleton of a white tiger. Lin Feng still clearly remembered the white tiger he saw before. Although it was only a spiritual manifestation, it was incomparably powerful. That white tiger, was it related to the skeleton of the white tiger in front of him? The white tiger was a sacred beast. Among the 5 sacred beasts, it was a sacred beast that specialized in killing. So, it was widely spread in the outside world. Among the 5 sacred beasts, in terms of attack power, the white tiger should be the most powerful. Such a powerful white tiger had fallen here. He didn't know what happened in the past. To think that such a terrifying being had actually fallen. Lin Feng walked towards the white tiger skeleton, wanting to see if there were any sacred bones left behind. If the white tiger could leave behind a sacred bone, perhaps there would be some extraordinary things recorded on the sacred bone. For example, some inheritance. Although this white tiger had died many years ago, its skeleton still emitted a terrifying aura. That kind of pressure wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Sacred bone. Lin Feng approached the white tiger skeleton, and his eyes couldn't help but light up, because he saw a bone covered in runes. That bone was surrounded by sacred light. Obviously, that bone was a sacred bone. The white tiger's sacred bone was still there, which made Lin Feng very excited. He was about to collect the white tiger's sacred bone. But at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Waves of cold wind blew over. A cold aura filled the air. It was as if some terrifying existence was about to descend. After feeling that sinister and terrifying aura, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 33:23. Hee hee hee. Eerie and terrifying laughter suddenly resounded through the forest. After hearing that eerie and terrifying voice, Lin Feng quickly took out the black dragon sword. That voice made him feel uneasy. "Who? Come out," Lin Feng said coldly. "Hey, black dragon sword, I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see this treasure again," that voice said in surprise. Obviously, that mysterious existence actually recognized the black dragon sword. This made Lin Feng feel very surprised. In the darkness, a figure walked over step by step. Soon, Lin Feng saw this figure. This was an extremely strange-looking creature. It had a human body, a scorpion tail, 2 arms like the arms of a qilin, and a head like a crocodile's head. What monster? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, although he didn't know the origin of this creature. But Lin Feng could feel the terror of this creature. This was definitely an existence that defied the heavens. Even the demon lord didn't say anything. The demon lord shouldn't be able to see the origin of this terrifying creature. Or else, the demon lord told him, "Lowly creature, you dare to call me a monster. You're simply courting death. Your flesh and blood are very delicious. I'm going to devour your flesh and blood now." The monster let out a sinister laugh. Then, it opened its big hand and suddenly grabbed at Lin Feng through the air. A loud rumbling sound suddenly came out. In the void, a big hand of energy was condensed. That big hand of energy directly grabbed at Lin Feng. After feeling the terrifying power contained in that big hand of energy, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. This existence, it was really terrifying. A casual attack was actually so powerful. "Cut!" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He held the black dragon sword in his hand, and a powerful magical power was continuously poured into the black dragon sword to activate the power of this treasure. The power of the black dragon sword suddenly increased. Then, Lin Feng directly slashed at the big hand of energy that was grabbing at him. Clang! That terrifying attack blasted on the big hand of energy. A tyrannical power erupted. Lin Feng was actually sent flying by that big hand of energy. Clang! Lin Feng's body fiercely hit a rock wall. There was a rumbling sound. The entire rock wall instantly collapsed. This monster is so powerful. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The battle power displayed by this monster was simply unstoppable. This mysterious stone state was indeed too extraordinary. These existences that appeared, one was more terrifying. Lin Feng felt this monster in front of this monster. Even when compared to the wasteland creature, the 9-headed lizard queen, it was not inferior. To defeat. It wasn't such an easy thing. Unless Han Fizi, the war saint, appeared again. Then, the power fused with his own power. Only then could he defeat this monster. Other methods. Lin Feng hadn't thought of that. Rumble. The monster's gigantic hand continued moving towards Lin Feng, trying to grab him. Whoosh! Lin Feng moved horizontally to the left. He dodged the monster's attack by a hair's breadth. However, the monster's attacks were relentless. It once again grabbed at Lin Feng. His attack was condensed and didn't dissipate. He didn't grab Lin Feng. It seemed to never dissipate. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He was targeted by this monster. The situation was a little troublesome. Lin Feng didn't even plan to take the white tiger's sacred bone. He planned to leave this place as soon as possible, if he really couldn't. Thus, he decided to use the Stone of Destiny. Lin Feng had just thought of this. Suddenly, he felt it. The white tiger haki that he cultivated actually took the initiative to circulate. Lin Feng's white tiger haki seemed to be attracted by some kind of power. At this moment, the speed of circulation was getting faster and faster. What's going on? Lin Feng couldn't help but be very surprised and puzzled. He didn't know about the white tiger haki. Why did it circulate? Boom. At this moment, the white tiger haki seeped out. Behind Lin Feng, the phantom of a white tiger appeared. That white tiger phantom. It was the spirit aura that evolved from the white tiger haki. Roar. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the forest. Then, a white tiger leaped out. The white tiger that appeared. It was the white tiger that Lin Feng saw before. Now, the white tiger appeared again. Although this white tiger was only formed by the spirit aura, it was extremely powerful. It has long been reduced to ashes, but now, it has revealed its spirit aura. Could it be that it died unwillingly? The monster sneered after seeing the white tiger appear. Roar. The white tiger that appeared roared again and charged directly at Lin Feng. Then, it merged with the white tiger phantom that appeared behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. What was going on? How did that white tiger fuse with the white tiger haki formed by the white tiger haki? This made Lin Feng puzzled. Although the aura of the spirit aura is very powerful, it might not be able to display its own fighting strength. It needs to rely on some mediums to be able to release its power. The white tiger phantasm formed by the Chi aura is of the same origin as the white tiger clan. The white tiger phantasm formed by the Chi aura can merge with the white tiger phantasm and use the white tiger phantasm's body to release its own power. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly said, Lin Feng never thought that there would be such a mysterious connection between them. Roar. After the white tiger phantom behind Lin Feng merged with the white tiger that was formed by the spirit aura. Suddenly, the roar shook the sky. Then, he leaped out. Lin Feng found that he had lost control of the white tiger phantom. Now, the white tiger phantom was controlled by the white tiger that was formed by the spirit aura. Let's continue the battle from back then. The white tiger suddenly said, its killing intent awe-inspiring. Back then, I could kill you once. Now, I can kill you a second time. This time, I will completely destroy your will. In this way, I can break the curse that you imposed on me before you died. At that time, I will be able to leave this place. The terrifying creature said coldly. Hearing their conversation, Lin Feng was very surprised. He could roughly recall what happened back then. Back then, the white tiger and the terrifying creature in front of him had a great battle. However, the white tiger was no match for this terrifying creature. In the end, it was killed by this terrifying creature. Before being killed, the white tiger cursed this living being. As a result, this terrifying creature was also trapped here. Lin Feng, of course, supported the white tiger in defeating that terrifying creature, because the white tiger was one of the early totems of the human race. Chapter 33-24. Boom. The two terrifying existences did not speak much and directly exploded with their strongest aura. Then, they quickly rushed towards both sides. Bang, bang, bang. The two terrifying existences fought together. The current them. Naturally, they could no longer be compared to their peak. But they were still powerful. Their strength was shocking. Every time they collided, the world of 100,000 miles in the void seemed to tremble. Lin Feng quickly rushed towards the white tiger skeleton while the two terrifying beings were fighting. He kept the sacred bone on the white tiger skeleton. Hee, so many runes. And it's the sacred bone of the white tiger. I'm rich. Lin Feng revealed a smile. At this moment, the white tiger suddenly roared, hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique, accompanied by the voice of the white tiger. Endless domineering aura. It was emitted from the white tiger's body. That domineering aura was too terrifying. This kind of domineering aura could only be released when the white tiger's domineering aura was cultivated to the peak level. It made Lin Feng feel deeply shocked. The White Tiger clan was born with domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura. It was the White Tiger's domineering aura that Lin Feng cultivated. Lin Feng's White Tiger's domineering aura was cultivated to the second level. He could just achieve the transformation of domineering aura. It evolved into a White Tiger phantom. It was far from the level that the White Tiger displayed. Once the hegemonic chi of heaven and earth technique was used, with the White Tiger as the center, the surrounding void began to collapse and shatter. The sky fell, and the earth sank. It was simply a doomsday scene. Sacred Ancestor descends. Suddenly, the terrifying creature let out a series of deep roars. Then, behind that terrifying creature, a mysterious and illusory world emerged. No one knew what kind of world that was. The only thing they knew was that that world was very scary, and the aura it emitted was cold and eerie. It made people feel as if they had fallen into hell. And in that illusory world, a terrifying being walked out step by step. That terrifying being seemed to be the sacred ancestor that this terrifying being mentioned. However, no one could see the sacred ancestor's appearance clearly. That sacred ancestor. It seemed to be an illusory shadow. He walked out of the illusory world. Lowly creature. After the terrifying existence walked out, it let out a low voice. The lowly existence he spoke of. Naturally, he was referring to the White Tiger. This was the contempt and disdain that came from his bones. What race is this guy? You actually dare to say that the White Tiger is a lowly existence. You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Feng couldn't help but pout. In the past, when the human race was in danger, the 5 sacred beast clans, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Brilliant Serpent, had once protected the human race. As such, in the past, the ancestors of the human race regarded the 5 sacred beasts as the totems of the human race. However, countless years had passed. Totem culture disappeared. However, the 5 sacred beast clans had done many things for the human race in the past, and many human cultivators still remembered them and were deeply grateful to them. Lin Feng was one of them. He had seen this introduction and history in the classic of Mountains and Seas. So when he heard the illusory figure call the White Tiger a lowly creature, it was simply filled with righteous indignation. Break! The illusory figure made a move. He opened his big hand and slapped towards the White Tiger. The hegemonic chi of heaven and earth condensed by the White Tiger. It was actually shattered by the illusory figure. This scene, it was simply unbelievable. But this was real. The glory of the sacred ancestor shines through the ages. After the monster that summoned the illusory figure saw this scene, it immediately knelt down and bowed to the illusory figure with incomparable devotion. White Tiger fighting heaven technique. The White Tiger roared and jumped up. It turned into a dazzling killing light. It contained endless killing intent. It quickly slashed towards the illusory figure. The White Tiger fought against the heavens. This attack was one of the most powerful attacks of the White Tiger. Now, it was used by the White Tiger. Humph! Lowly ant. Your little tricks are simply too weak in front of this ancestor. The illusory figure's voice was cold. This existence. From the beginning to the end, he didn't put the White Tiger in his eyes. This existence once again swept a punch towards the White Tiger. Above his fist, there was an extremely strange power lingering. That kind of power, cold and terrifying, seemed to come from the power of hell. Bang! The illusory figure collided with the White Tiger again. This time, it was exactly the same as before. The White Tiger was swept away by this existence's punch. Although the White Tiger's attack was extremely powerful, however, it couldn't contend with this illusory figure. It's just a shadow, but it's actually so powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he didn't want to believe what he saw, he had to believe it. The illusory figure rushed towards the White Tiger, wanting to kill it. When Lin Feng saw that the White Tiger was about to suffer, he thought of the mysterious iron box. He didn't know about the mysterious iron box. Could it deal with the illusory figure? Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He took out the mysterious iron box. Then, He quickly rushed towards the illusory figure. Reckless thing. The illusory figure looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if he was looking at an ant. That was a kind of contempt and disdain that came from the bottom of his heart. The illusory figure directly slapped towards Lin Feng with his palm. Seeing that the palm was about to hit Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng opened the mysterious iron box. A terrifying aura spread out from the mysterious iron box. Puff, puff. Lin Feng's body was penetrated by the mysterious iron box. He hurriedly healed his injured body with the immortal divine body. When the illusory figure saw the minced meat in the mysterious iron box, he couldn't help but cry out in horror. How is this possible? No, impossible. Wasn't he already turned into ashes? Why is his corpse still in the world? The illusory figure seemed to recognize who the minced meat in the mysterious iron box was. As powerful as he was, in his eyes, he actually revealed a deep look of horror. Bang! The minced meat in the mysterious iron box vibrated with a terrifying bloody light, directly sweeping towards the illusory figure. Lin Feng had opened the mysterious iron box many times. He had never felt such a terrifying killing intent. That kind of killing intent was transmitted by the minced meat. The minced meat seemed to have a spirit. Towards the illusory figure that leaked a trace of heaven's secret. The intent to kill was aroused. Bang! The bloody light swept out from the minced meat swept across the illusory figure's body. In an instant, the illusory figure's body directly exploded, vanished into thin air. No, no, no. This is impossible. How can the divine ancestor be defeated? The terrifying monster couldn't accept all this and couldn't help but roar. Roar! The white tiger struggled to get up from the ground. Chapter 33:25. Even if the divine ancestor's attack is destroyed, I can still destroy a lowly existence like you. The monster couldn't help but sneer when it saw the white tiger pouncing toward it. Its eyes were full of contempt and disdain, and it still didn't take the white tiger seriously. 9 changes of the overflowing sky. Invincible divine fist. The terrifying monster couldn't help but roar. His body flickered with terrifying light. 9 lights flashed in a row. Each light seemed to be able to shatter the world. This terrifying monster indeed had a lot of means, and its means were extremely terrifying. The power of the means it displayed now was really amazing. It collided with the white tiger and actually sent the white tiger flying again. Back then, it wasn't without reason that this monster could kill the white tiger. In terms of strength, it was indeed stronger than the white tiger. However, the white tiger, continued to charge at the monster without fear of death. The white tiger would never give up. Kill, kill, kill. A low roar came out, and the white tiger rushed toward the monster again and again. After charging more than a dozen times in a row, it was repelled by the monster. Lowly thing, you want to fight with me with your little strength? You're overestimating yourself. The monster sneered again and again. Looking at the white tiger, its eyes were full of killing intent and deep contempt. The white tiger pounced again. However, the result was the same as before. It was repelled again. It couldn't compete with this terrifying existence at all. Lend me your sword. The white tiger looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew which sword the white tiger wanted to borrow. He directly took out the black dragon sword. Whoosh! The black dragon sword quickly flew toward the white tiger. The white tiger bit the black dragon sword. Then it rushed toward the monster again. The white tiger came with the sword in its mouth. Its combat strength increased sharply. This time, the white tiger directly broke the monster's attack. Then, the black dragon sword slashed the monster's body. Puff! Black dragon sword. It tore apart the monster's body. You actually hurt me, you lowly ant. You actually hurt me. I will completely destroy your obsession and make you unable to reincarnate for all eternity. After the monster was injured, it immediately roared. This was the first time he was injured, and he couldn't accept the fact that he was injured. Therefore, his killing intent was monstrous. The monster's hands suddenly turned into stone. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. How could this monster be petrified? What kind of method was this? Or rather, this monster. Was he originally a stone clan creature? Perhaps. Is this monster a creature from this universe? Of course. Even if he wasn't a creature from this universe, it could also be a creature from the stone race. It wasn't like there weren't any stone creatures in the foreign world. The white tiger attacked again. The monster used its petrified hands to counter White Tiger's sword attack. The monster and the white tiger collided again and again. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. White Tiger's sword attack has greatly increased. It was actually blocked by that monster. That monster is really too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just now, after he opened the mysterious iron box to destroy the sacred ancestor's shadow, he closed the mysterious iron box again. Then, Lin Feng activated the immortal divine body to restore his physical body. Then, he began to watch the battle. He thought that White Tiger's sword could kill that monster. Even if it couldn't kill that monster, it should be able to suppress that monster. But who would have thought? White Tiger's sword still couldn't cause too much damage to that monster. That monster's battle strength was so strong. It made Lin Feng extremely shocked and moved. Lin Feng decided to help the White Tiger deal with that monster. He used one chi into 3 pure ones. And then, he used the 9-layered magnetic field. It directly oppressed that monster. The power of the 9-layered magnetic field was astonishing. Even a monster as powerful as that was suppressed by Lin Feng's 9-layered magnetic field. Its battle strength also dropped by at least 30%, and the White Tiger received the bonus of the magnetic field. Its battle strength increased instead of falling. At the same time, the stone sword, the heavenly drum, the bell of Hades, the 9 demons picture, and other magic treasures all flew out. Under Lin Feng's control, these magic treasures all charged towards that monster. Although Lin Feng's battle strength might not be taken seriously by that monster definitely couldn't underestimate Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures. No matter how strong that monster was, it was only flesh and blood. How could it contend against Lin Feng's magic treasures? Seeing Lin Feng take out so many magic treasures to attack that monster, the White Tiger's speed directly increased to the extreme. White Tiger's sword. One strike after another struck towards that monster, completely holding it back. That monster wanted to block the attacks of Lin Feng's magic treasures. However, he was held back by the White Tiger. He couldn't fight back. Bang, bang, bang. One magic treasure after another bombarded the monster's body. A series of muffled sounds of collisions could be heard. That monster suffered a huge amount of damage. Under the bombardment of so many magic treasures, half of its body directly exploded. That monster let out a painful roar, and a pair of extremely resentful eyes looked at Lin Feng. He cursed loudly, "Little bastard! It's all your fault for ruining my plans. I'm going to tear you into pieces." That monster abandoned the White Tiger and directly pounced towards Lin Feng, wanting to kill Lin Feng. No wonder this monster wanted to kill Lin Feng so much. In this battle, he should have won. But because of Lin Feng's participation, in the end, he was the one who was seriously injured. This kind of blow, it made this monster almost crazy. Therefore, this monster completely hated Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng, to vent the hatred in its heart. When Lin Feng saw the monster rushing towards him, he quickly retreated. He sneered and said, "Didn't you say that your race is noble? Now that you've been seriously injured, do you know who's the lowly thing now? You were simply asking for humiliation before. You're the lowly thing." After hearing Lin Feng's words, this monster was so angry that smoke was coming out of its 7 orifices. "Little bastard, I'll torture you ruthlessly and make you beg for death." This monster couldn't help but roar. He sped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. But it was intercepted by the White Tiger. The White Tiger's attack became more and more powerful, suppressing this monster to the point that it couldn't fight back at all. And Lin Feng continued to control one powerful magic treasure after another, bombarding this monster. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, powerful magic treasures bombarded the monster's body. Suddenly, this monster's body directly exploded. Chapter 33:26. My body. My body was actually destroyed. It was actually destroyed by you two lowly ants. You two lowly ants, just you wait. I won't let you off. The monster roared with resentment. Then, it rolled up the blood mist that its body had turned into and was about to escape. The vitality of this monster was too strong. It was simply shocking. Its body was destroyed, but it didn't die. Seeing that the monster wanted to escape, Lin Feng sneered and said, "It's too late to escape now." Endless domineering aura condensed and directly blasted towards the blood mist that the monster's body had turned into. The monster's body was now only left with blood mist and its soul. Therefore, its combat strength had fallen to the bottom. At the same time, the white tiger rushed out again with the sword in its mouth and charged towards the blood mist that the monster had turned into. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision. The monster's soul and the blood mist that its body had turned into had experienced the attacks of Lin Feng's endless domineering aura and the white tiger's sword. Such a terrifying attack. It had been blasted on its body twice in succession. The monster couldn't bear it. The blood mist that its body had turned into had been scattered. Only the source was left floating in midair. At the same time, the monster's soul had also been completely destroyed. Only the source of its soul was left. It was also floating in midair. This monster's cultivation was so powerful. Its source was naturally incomparably powerful. Lin Feng hurriedly put away the monster's source. The white tiger formed by Ling Yun and the white tiger phantom formed by Lin Feng's white tiger domineering aura separated. The white tiger returned the black dragon sword to Lin Feng. "Thank you for your help, senior." Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked him. "No need to thank me. It's really me who should thank you. It's also me who should thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have found the opportunity to take revenge?" The white tiger said. His body began to gradually fade away. "Senior, your body?" Seeing the white tiger phantom that was gradually fading away, Lin Feng's expression was very moved. In the past, the white tiger race was one of the totems of the human race. Seeing such a white tiger sacred beast disappear like smoke, perhaps, no one could avoid grief and sorrow. Practice well. This world is very big. When your cultivation is strong enough, you will open a new door. When you open that door, you will find that this world is far more mysterious than you can imagine. You are still young, and your future is full of infinite hope. White Tiger said. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with gratification and encouragement. "Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate," Lin Feng said. White Tiger nodded. Immediately after, his body completely dissipated. Looking at the white tiger skeleton not far away, Lin Feng felt a little sad. He dug a grave and buried white bones in it. Then, he erected a tombstone. There were 6 words written on the tablet. "Senior White Tiger's tomb. I hope Senior can rest in peace," Lin Feng murmured. After which, he didn't stay any longer and flew out. Just as they arrived outside the mountain range, suddenly, the void cracked open. A figure rushed out. A palm slapped towards Lin Feng. A terrifying aura spread out. That aura was too terrifying. It was suffocating. After seeing the cultivator who attacked, Lin Feng was very shocked. He had actually seen this cultivator before. This cultivator was a female cultivator. Lin Feng remembered that she seemed to be a female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiends star field. She looked very young. Originally, Lin Feng thought that this female cultivator was just an outstanding disciple of the younger generation in the 10,000 Fiends star field. When she came out this time, she followed him to gain experience. But until this moment, Lin Feng knew how wrong he was. This female cultivator was not as simple as an ordinary young cultivator. Her cultivation was too terrifying. Lin Feng felt that this female cultivator was even stronger than Wan Qiyuan, an emperor-level expert in the 10,000 Fiends star field. Lin Feng didn't know why he had this feeling. However, this feeling was so strong. Why was such a young female cultivator so powerful? Could it be that she was enlightened by a peerless expert? Or was there another reason? But no matter what the reason was, now that Lin Feng felt the strength of this female cultivator, a strong sense of death arose in his heart. He performed the Great Death Substitution technique. He wanted to use this magical power to get rid of this female cultivator's attack. However, the surrounding void distorted. This female cultivator changed the surrounding laws of heaven and earth and actually suppressed Lin Feng's Dharma power. Therefore, Lin Feng was unable to successfully perform the Great Death Substitution technique. I already knew that you had many tricks up your sleeve, so I was especially wary of you. Now that the laws of the surrounding void have been changed, your Dharma power is suppressed, and you can't use your magical power. Only death awaits you. This very young female cultivator said. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, one by one, silhouettes rushed out from the forest. A total of 8 people. They were all cultivators from the 10,000 Fiends star field. For example, Wan Qiyuan and Wan Yiming were among them. Originally, there were about 20 cultivators from the 10,000 Fiends star field who entered the Stone State ruins. Obviously, after experiencing the previous unforeseen event, the rest had already died in the Stone State ruins. Now, only these cultivators were left in the 10,000 Fiends star field. Those cultivators looked at Lin Feng coldly, their eyes filled with killing intent. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die this time. Only these people knew how terrifying the female cultivator was. Seeing that the female cultivator's attack was about to hit Lin Feng contacted Bibi at this time. The little guy flew out and shot out a 7-colored immortal light that wrapped Lin Feng. Swoosh. Then, the two of them traveled through the void and left. The female cultivator's attack exploded in mid-air. Big Fatso, Big Baddie. Lin Feng and Bibi appeared 100 meters away. Bibi shouted at the female cultivator who attacked. Of course, that female cultivator wasn't fat. Not only was she not fat, her figure was quite hot and charming. He didn't know what kind of aesthetic taste Bibi had. She actually thought that such a charming female cultivator was a big fatso. Who are you calling fat? When he heard Bei call him Big Fatty, he was stunned. The female cultivator was so angry that her face turned ashen. She looked at Bibi angrily. She looked as if she wanted to tear Bibi in half. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? Even though this female cultivator had a very extraordinary background, her strength was also extremely terrifying. But she was still just like any other ordinary woman. She also paid attention to her image. She also liked to hear others praise her beauty and charm. He didn't say that she was a big fat person or something like that. Big fatso, I'm talking about you. You're so meaty. If you're not a big fatso, what are you? Chapter 33:27. This female cultivator's body was naturally not fleshy. It was just plump. Women were more plump, more charming. But in Bibi's eyes, plump was equivalent to fat. The female cultivator said fiercely, "You still have the nerve to call me big fatso? Look at yourself. You're as fat as a ball, and you still have the nerve to talk about others? Can't you have some self-awareness?" Bibi retorted, "Big fatso, not only are you fat, but even your eyes are not good. Is Master Bei fat? Master Bei is clearly strong. Okay?" Hearing Bibi's childish voice call him Master Bei, Lin Feng almost fell to the ground. This little guy, what a top-notch product. He was not old. He knew a lot. His method of humiliating others was top-notch. "Little thing, I'm going to tear you apart." The female cultivator shouted angrily, and then rushed towards Lin Feng and Bibi. The two of them turned around and flew into the distance. This woman's cultivation was too powerful. Fighting against her, it was simply courting death. Lin Feng was naturally not stupid to this extent. Now, Lin Feng just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Bibi was sent into Lin Feng's mountain river ring, and Lin Feng stepped on the world. He pushed his speed to the limit. Lin Feng's speed was like a bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. Even the female cultivator from the 10,000 Fiends star region was shaken off by Lin Feng. Although that female cultivator was extremely powerful in terms of speed, there was still a big gap between her and Lin Feng. It was too rare to see a cultivator who could be faster than Lin Feng. Unless it was a race like the Great Rock King, who was good at speed, they could suppress Lin Feng in terms of speed. Otherwise, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to suppress Lin Feng. After getting rid of the group of people from the 10,000 Fiend star region, Lin Feng found a place to refine the monster's powerful source. That monster's cultivation was so terrifying. His source. How powerful would it be? How much would his source be able to increase his cultivation? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was extremely excited and couldn't wait to see what would happen. Lin Feng found a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion. He sat cross-legged. Then he took out the monster's source. Lin Feng started using the ancient Dracophant formula and started absorbing the original strength of the monster. The powerful source began to decompose. The source all turned into the purest energy, and that energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. After absorbing the pure qi, Lin Feng sensed that his body was starting to transform. That kind of transformation made Lin Feng's life force evolve to a higher level. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the origin. That shadow, it was exactly the same as that monster. That shadow directly drilled into Lin Feng's mind. Little bastard, you didn't expect it, did you? I left behind a remnant soul. This remnant soul crossed the sea, and even the white tiger didn't notice it. The monster's remnant soul let out an extremely proud laugh. He searched for Lin Feng's soul in Lin Feng's mind. I want to devour your soul. As long as I can devour your soul, at that time, I can replace you. The monster's remnant soul said sinisterly. He wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul, and then replace Lin Feng to control Lin Feng's body. In this way, that monster would be able to obtain a different kind of new life, and Lin Feng's soul was scattered. Very soon, the monster's remnant soul found Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul had always been stored in his natal magic treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Hey, this natal magic treasure is quite interesting, but it's useless for you to hide in it. Today, you will definitely die. The monster's remnant soul sneered. Then, a terrifying aura spread out. That monster. It launched an attack on Lin Feng. A terrifying attack was unleashed, drowning out the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng's voice came out from the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Reckless thing. A mere remnant soul actually wants to devour my soul? What a daydream. Today, I will let you die without a burial place. As his voice faded, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp flew out. The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp shot out a ray of Primal Chaos light. That ray of Primal Chaos light directly swept over the monster's attack. Now that the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp had transformed into an Emperor weapon, its power had reached an incredible level. Although the monster's remnant soul was extremely powerful, but the power released by Lin Feng's soul activated the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp was not weaker than the monster's attack. Therefore, after the attacks of both sides collided, it suddenly formed a stalemate. And at this moment, Lin Feng's soul turned into Lu Ya's star-gazing chart and flew out. This was the supreme technique passed down by Taoist Lu Ya. This divine ability was absolutely terrifying. When the monster's remnant soul saw the Tao diagram formed by the soul charging towards it, it hurriedly released a galaxy world to block Lin Feng's attack. It was just that the monster's remnant soul was distracted by the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Therefore, the power of the attack was not particularly strong. That galaxy was instantly torn apart by Lin Feng's attack. Then, Lin Feng's star-gazing chart quickly arrived in front of the monster and directly attacked the monster's remnant soul. A bang was heard. The monster's remnant soul. It directly shattered. No, I can't accept this. Although the monster's remnant soul was shattered, its will was not completely destroyed. Therefore, the monster's remnant soul roared unwillingly. Bang! The Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp descended from the sky and directly attacked the monster's remnant soul, directly shattering its will. Lin Feng continued to refine the monster's origin. After all the origin had been refined, Lin Feng's soul level soared from the fifth heaven of the Immortal Emperor Realm and directly broke through the restrictions of the Immortal Emperor Realm. Then, it rose to the Imperial Emperor Realm. In the end, it stopped at the third heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm. Although Lin Feng's realm did not break through to the Great Emperor Realm, Lin Feng's battle strength had increased by 3 times. Moreover, the light of calamity between Lin Feng's brows became even stronger. He could attract the lightning tribulation at any time and anywhere. even if he could try to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng did not intend to do so. This was because the 3,000 Great Tao that he cultivated was still a distance away from his goal. 3000 Great Tao. 3,000 Great Tao. I have to collect 1,000 types of 3,000 Great Tao as soon as possible. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Then, he took out the White Tiger Sacred Bone. Lin Feng looked at the densely packed runes on the White Tiger Sacred Bone. He did not know what was recorded in the White Tiger Sacred Bone. Lin Feng activated the mantra of Lin and began to comprehend the mysterious runes on the White Tiger Sacred Bone. Chapter 33:28. The White Tiger's Sacred Bone was extraordinary. The runes were very mysterious. Lin Feng was immersed in comprehending the runes of the White Tiger's Sacred Bone. Time passed. Gradually, he began to comprehend some of the mysteries. The runes began to regroup in his mind. Those runes, they turned into eternal immortal runes. Every immortal rune, they were all-encompassing. This shocked Lin Feng. The runes on the White Tiger's Sacred Bone were too extraordinary. He looked carefully. There were a total of 99 runes. But the specific content of these runes, Lin Feng didn't know yet. He locked onto one of the runes and began to carefully comprehend the content of this rune. The runes were mysterious and unfathomable. It was not easy to comprehend them. However, Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary, his comprehension was strong, and he had the Dharma mantra of Lin. Therefore, Lin Feng began to comprehend. It didn't seem to be as difficult as he imagined. Finally, Lin Feng successfully comprehended the content recorded in the immortal rune. When his divine consciousness fused into the immortal rune, Lin Feng saw a starry sky world. In the starry sky world stood a white tiger. The white tiger's body began to move. Every movement, it was mysterious and unfathomable. Every movement, it contained thousands of changes. Lin Feng was immersed in the white tiger's vivid movements. Suddenly, Lin Feng's body shook. Vaguely, he heard a long roar resounding through heaven and earth. Great fighting heaven technique. Along with the long howl, the crowd was stunned. The white tiger leaped up and rushed to the 9 heavens. It seemed to want to kill the heavens. The white tiger was really powerful. Its combat power was shocking. This is the legendary Great Fighting Heaven technique. This is a very rare offensive 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This 3,000 Great Tao was definitely powerful. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. Could it be that these 99 immortal runes contain the cultivation methods of the 3,000 Great Tao? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. If that was the case, that would be too exciting. He hurriedly studied the other immortal talismans. Soon, Lin Feng became excited. This was because when he tried to comprehend the second immortal talisman, he discovered something. The second immortal talisman also recorded one of the 3,000 Great Taos. This 3,000 Great Tao was called the Great Pressure Technique. This 3,000 Great Tao was a support type 3,000 Great Tao. Once it was activated, it could form a powerful aura pressure. Of course, most importantly, this divine ability could support Haki and increase its power. Next, Lin Feng continued to study the other immortal talismans. One immortal talisman after another was comprehended by Lin Feng. Each immortal talisman recorded one of the 3,000 Great Taos. 99 immortal talismans. It recorded 99 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Originally, Lin Feng had cultivated a total of 578 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Now that he had obtained these 99 types of 3,000 Great Taos, Lin Feng had 3,000 Great Tao, 677. Heaven-defying. How heaven-defying? One had to know. Lin Feng had yet to break through to the Great Emperor realm, but he had already collected 677 types of 3,000 Great Taos. Even if it was the most ancient force, to be able to collect 1 to 200 types of 3,000 Great Taos over the long years, this was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In all these years, Lin Feng had actually collected 677 types of 3,000 Great Taos with his own ability. One could imagine. How heaven-defying was this? Ha 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 ha, this is great. If I successfully cultivate these 99 types of 3,000 great das, then my battle strength will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that my great Tao foundation will be greatly improved. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Before becoming an emperor, shaping the great Tao foundation, this was an extremely important point. This concerned what kind of achievements a cultivator would eventually achieve after becoming an emperor. For example, some cultivators who cultivated fewer of the 3,000 great das might stop at the God-Emperor realm in their lifetime, and it would be difficult for them to break through. If a cultivator cultivated hundreds of 3,000 great das, he might be able to become an Emperor Master. The difference was very obvious. Of course, there was no lack of cultivators who specialized in one Tao. They would only cultivate one type of 3,000 great das in their lifetime and use this type of 3,000 great das as their foundation. Complete the breakthrough. They might also achieve extremely high achievements in the future. However, this kind of cultivator who only cultivated one type of Tao in their lifetime was too rare. And this kind of cultivation method was also very rare today. This stone state ruins is really my blessed land. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. After he came out of seclusion, he continued to explore the stone state ruins. Because Lin Feng had yet to discover the greatest treasure in the stone state ruins. It was the stone state imperial city. In the past, the monarch of the stone state was so powerful. After he died, was he buried in the stone state imperial city? After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng began to search for the stone state imperial city. He found that many cultivators had entered the stone state ruins recently. Most of those cultivators were traveling in groups. There were large forces from the starry sky world. For example, Lin Feng saw experts from the Demon Dragon Star area and even the Sun Moon tribe appear. He had a grudge with these two forces before. In addition to these two forces, there were many other powerful forces. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. There was no lack of cultivators or forces. In addition, Lin Feng also saw experts from the heavenly sage great world. It seemed the news of the stone state ruins had spread. The merchants who bought this news would definitely seize this opportunity to publicize and peddle this news. They would also be able to make a lot of money. Now, those people seemed to have achieved their goal. In addition to the major forces in the starry sky world, Lin Feng also saw many starry sky bandit forces. For example, the cultivators of the skeleton bandit group he saw earlier. He didn't know if the hundreds of skeleton bandit group cultivators, led by Sun Shizong, had been killed by the wasteland creatures. The cultivators of the skeleton bandit group that Lin Feng saw later were not Sun Shizong's group. In addition, Lin Feng also saw experts from the evil demon bandit group. Among these bandits, he saw the young leader of the evil demon bandit group, Xie Duanhuan, who he had seen at the trade fair. In addition, there were also more than a dozen powerful starry sky bandit groups that had come to the stone state ruins. Therefore, the stone state ruins could be said to be very lively now. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many forces fighting together to snatch opportunities, and it was difficult to distinguish who would win. Countless people were buried in the war. The world of cultivators had always been so cruel, and Lin Feng had long been used to it. 10 days later, Lin Feng finally saw the Stone State Imperial City. Chapter 33-29. It floated in the clouds, surrounded by divine light. It was so mysterious and unfathomable. When he saw the city in the sky, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into shock. Is this the Stone State's imperial capital? Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The Stone State's imperial capital was actually built in the clouds, and it was so huge. The Stone State's rulers' methods in the past were truly powerful. Kill, 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 kill. Lin Feng looked at the words above the Stone State's imperial capital's gate. It was a blood-red word. The blood-red words looked as if they had just been written. Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but those 5 blood-red words had not dried up. It seemed to have been written with the blood of a supreme expert. Who wrote the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital? Blood that wrote the word kill. Whose blood was it? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He was puzzled. What happened in the stone state in the past was still a mystery. No one knew what had happened. Perhaps the secret was hidden in the stone state's imperial capital. People of the future could find the root of this matter in the stone state's imperial capital. Restrictions are everywhere. I still can't enter the imperial capital. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He could only continue to wait outside. Then, he would find an opportunity to enter the stone state's imperial capital. Lin Feng wasn't the only one who came here. Many cultivators had already arrived outside the stone state's imperial capital. When they saw the stone state's imperial capital, they all revealed excited expressions. Many people wanted to enter the stone state's imperial capital to search for opportunities. Now that they finally saw the stone state's imperial capital, these cultivators were naturally very excited. I still can't contact Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. What kind of opportunity did those 4 obtain? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He had tried many times to sense the whereabouts of Du Zhu, the heretic sovereign saint, and the 2 ghost emperors. However, all of them had ended in failure. Lin Feng tried to deduce their positions with the innate 8 trigrams. The divination of the Xiantian 8 trigrams art was displayed. The 4 of them seemed to be cultivating in a mysterious and ancient grotto heaven. However, it was difficult to determine the final location of the 4. I hope these 4 fellows can all make huge improvements. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself, "Brother Lin, we meet again." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng looked over. It was actually Xie Duanhuan. This person had a notorious reputation. Earlier, he had exchanged for the God Legion token. Lin Feng didn't have much interaction with this person, so he didn't know why this person took the initiative to greet him. There were many experts gathered behind Xie Duanhuan. Those cultivators looked at Lin Feng with unfriendly gazes. However, Lin Feng was not frightened. His expression remained indifferent. He looked at Xie Duanhuan and said, "So it's Brother Xie. I really didn't expect to meet Brother Xie here." Xie Duanhuan said, "I can see that Brother Lin is not an ordinary person, so I want to make friends with Brother Lin." At this point, Xie Duanhuan whispered, "After that trade fair, many forces secretly investigated Brother Lin's identity, and they really did find out. So Brother Lin is the 9 prefectures world's human race genius, Lin Feng. In the starry sky world, I have also heard of Lin Feng's reputation." Xie Duanhuan didn't continue, but observed the changes in Lin Feng's expression. With his identity exposed, Lin Feng didn't panic at all, because the star field he was in was very close to the 9 prefectures world. So, it wasn't particularly difficult for these forces to inquire about Lin Feng. If they were far away from this star field, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to inquire about Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Why are these forces inquiring about me? People die for wealth, birds die for food. The cruelty of the starry sky world is unimaginable. A young and rich cultivator like Brother Lin is the easiest to be targeted. Now, many forces want to take action, especially the Sun Moon tribe. The experts of the Devil Dragon Starfield have already begun to search for Brother Lin's whereabouts. Those forces, each of them claim to be righteous, but in reality, they are all sanctimonious people. I hate those sanctimonious people the most in my life. Therefore, I can't stand those people targeting Brother Lin. If Brother Lin needs anything in the future, feel free to find me. As long as I can help Brother Lin, I will definitely not refuse." Xie Duanhuan said. A notorious starry sky bandit actually expressed goodwill to him. It was really unbelievable. So, Lin Feng wouldn't believe Xie Duanhuan's words about being able to provide him with help. One must always be on guard against others, not to mention in the cruel starry sky world. If he really believed Xie Duanhuan, at that time, he would probably die without a burial place. Of course, Xie Duanhuan said that he was being targeted by many forces in the starry sky world. Lin Feng still believed this matter. He had too many treasures on him, too many powerful supernatural powers. Once his identity was exposed, it would be strange if he wasn't targeted. One doesn't hit a smiling person. No matter what Xie Duanhuan's purpose was to approach him, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse him at this moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Xie, for your kind intentions. If I encounter any trouble in the future, I will definitely go and look for Brother Xie. Xie Duanhuan smiled and said, Ha ha ha, Brother Lin is a straightforward person, then we have a deal now. After the two of them had a simple conversation, Xie Duanhuan then led his men and left. Young master, are you really planning to help that Lin Feng? A great emperor-level cultivator asked. Xie Duanhuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said, this Lin Feng is not a simple character. How can it be so easy to kill him? He has many tricks up his sleeve. Just now I went to express my goodwill to him, waiting for Lin Feng to be surrounded in the future and think of me when he escapes. After hearing Xie Duanhuan's words, the eyes of the group of cultivators beside Xie Duanhuan suddenly lit up. Besieged, a series of bloody battles. It will definitely consume a lot of energy, and his battle strength will greatly decrease. When that kid comes to young master, we can easily take him down. A great emperor-level cultivator said, That's right. Xie Duanhuan nodded. That was exactly what he meant. Young master is really brilliant. The group of people praised. Xie Duanhuan had a proud expression on his face. Kid, have you thought about how you want to die? At this moment, a cold voice came from the left. A group of cultivators quickly flew towards Lin Feng's direction. The person who spoke was the Sun Moon tribe disciple, Yin Xian Kuan, whose limbs were broken and thrown out of the trade fair in Lanzhou Star. Chapter 33:30. Yin Xian Kuan had acted all high and mighty back then. When he saw that Lin Feng, a human cultivator, was invited to the trade fair, he wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. In the end, Du Zhu and the rest broke his limbs. He was even thrown down from the 7th floor of the 100 Joy Pavilion by Du Zhu. This incident caused a huge uproar. Because of this, Yin Xian Kuan was humiliated and became the target of ridicule for countless people. Yin Xian Kuan's injuries were easy to heal. However, the trauma to his heart was difficult to heal. Later on, the Sun Moon tribe investigated Lin Feng's identity. When they found out about Lin Feng's true identity, the Sun Moon tribe cultivators wanted to kill Lin Feng. This was because the Sun Moon tribe was also eyeing Lin Feng's Dharma treasures and superpowers. However, Lin Feng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. He disappeared without a trace. Although the Sun Moon tribe had sent people to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they could not find him. Yin Xian Kuan was naturally the person who wanted to kill Lin Feng the most in the Sun Moon tribe. When he found out that the Sun Moon tribe wanted to kill Lin Feng, he was ecstatic. However, after searching for a long time and still not finding Lin Feng, he was furious. Now, he finally saw Lin Feng. The moment he saw Lin Feng, Yin Xian Kuan could not believe his eyes. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. In Yin Xian Kuan's eyes, today, Lin Feng would die without a doubt. There was no other possibility. Soon, a group of Sun Moon tribe cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Outside the Stone State's imperial capital, many forces had arrived. These cultivators were shocked by what was happening. They did not know who Lin Feng was, to be targeted by the Sun Moon tribe. What the hell is going on? Why is the Sun Moon tribe targeting that young human cultivator? Look at those Sun Moon tribe cultivators. They are all filled with killing intent. It's obvious that they want to kill that human cultivator. I wonder who that human cultivator is. There are immortal emperors among the Sun Moon tribe. That human cultivator is facing so many experts from the Sun Moon tribe, and he is definitely going to die. Many cultivators started discussing. In the eyes of these cultivators, Lin Feng, being targeted by the Sun Moon tribe, was a dead end. Lin Feng looked at Yin Xian Kuan indifferently and said, So it's you. I was wondering who it was. Back then, at the 100 Music Pavilion Trade Fair, I only broke your limbs and spared your life. I was giving face to the Sun Moon tribe, and I hope that you can turn over a new leaf. Looks like you did not take that lesson to you. To Yin Xian Kuan, what happened last time was the greatest humiliation of his life. Thinking about that incident, Yin Xian Kuan felt like he was going crazy. Now that Lin Feng mentioned it again, Yin Xian Kuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Brat, you lowly bloodline bastard. If it weren't for the fact that your 4 protectors were so powerful, Do you think that you would be able to deal with this young master by yourself? I can kill you with one hand. Yin Xian Kuan looked at Lin Feng with venomous eyes. Trash like you? What a joke. Lin Feng looked at Yin Xian Kuan with disdain. Everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. Lin Feng did not care about Yin Xian Kuan at all. I know who he is, said Yifutyin. At this time, someone among the spectators said, Who is he? Someone asked. Back at the Lanzhou Star, Yin Xian Kuan had a conflict with a young man from the human clan. Yin Xian Kuan had been crippled by the 4 great emperors of the human clan. Now, the human clan cultivator who was surrounded by the Sun Moon tribe was that young man from the human clan. That young man's identity was not simple. It was said that he was the genius of the 9 continents' great world, Lin Feng. Now, many forces are looking for him. They want to kill him and take his treasures and superpowers. What? He was the genius of the human clan of the 9 regions, Lin Feng? Rumor has it that he possesses several magic treasures that are at least immortal tier. Moreover, he has grasped many of the 3,000 great Daos and even several peerless divine abilities. That's right. That's him. Originally, many forces were looking for him but could not find him. They thought that he had left the star field. Who would have thought that he is still here? This kid has not entered the Great Emperor realm, but it is said that he can kill some Great Emperor realm cultivators. I've also heard about this matter. If he relied on his own strength, I don't believe that he has this ability. I reckon that he is so powerful with the help of those powerful magic treasures on him. Without those magic treasures, this kid is not much of a threat. Lin Feng's identity was exposed. Next, the surrounding cultivators began to whisper to each other. Although these cultivators had not seen Lin Feng in person, they had heard of some rumors. Many people looked at Lin Feng with greed. There were forces that wanted to kill Lin Feng and take his treasures. It was not just 1 or 2. But now, Lin Feng was surrounded by the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. Therefore, the cultivators from the other forces had to restrain themselves, because the Sun Moon tribe was not a force that anyone could offend. Snatching the prey from the Sun Moon tribe cultivators. Wasn't that courting death? At this moment, Yin Xian Kuan's eyes were gloomy. Lin Feng looked at him with disdain and contempt. Yin Xian Kuan was deeply provoked. Yin Xian Kuan had the urge to cut Lin Feng into pieces. You reckless fool. 3 moves. I only need 3 moves to kill you. Yin Xian Kuan looked coldly at Lin Feng. Then, he walked towards Lin Feng. Trash like you dares to boast so shamelessly? Lin Feng curled his lips and said. He still looked at Yin Xian Kuan with disdain. Kid, do you think I am still the Yin Xian Kuan of the past? Let me tell you, I am not. Now, I have broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Yin Xian Kuan's eyes flashed with coldness. As soon as he finished his words. Next, a terrifying aura surged out from Yin Xian Kuan's body. It was an aura that only great emperors could have. Great Emperor. Yin Xian Kuan has broken through to the Great Emperor realm. The Sun Moon tribe cultivators could not help but exclaim. He is indeed a Sun Moon tribe cultivator. After breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, his aura is much stronger than other great emperors. His strength must be many times stronger than other great emperors. Many cultivators who were watching the show could not help but exclaim. This was because Yin Xian Kuan had hidden it well. No one knew that he had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. This was the first time Yin Xian Kuan had revealed his Great Emperor realm aura. Yin Xian Kuan had wanted to find a chance to amaze the world. Now, he finally had the chance to see the Sun Moon tribe cultivators and the surrounding cultivators looking at him in shock. Yin Xian Kuan felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 33-31. So you've broken through to the Great Emperor realm. No wonder you're so confident. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Yin Xian Kuan's aura was indeed much stronger than other great emperors. The Sun Moon tribe was one of the top powers in the Starry Sky world. The Sun Moon bloodline of this tribe was not to be underestimated. As such, Yin Xian Kuan might not be as talented as the top talents in the tribe. However, compared to the cultivators of the other races, his talent was also quite astonishing. That was why In Xian Kuan's combat strength was so much stronger than other cultivators of the same level. He saw Lin Feng's disdainful expression even after he knew that he had broken through to the great Emperor realm. This made In Xian Kuan very angry. He thought that Lin Feng was bluffing. Furthermore, In Xian Kuan did not think much of Lin Feng. He had heard many rumors about Lin Feng. However, In Xian Kuan had always thought that Lin Feng was able to display such extraordinary combat strength. It was all because he had many powerful Dharma treasures. Without those Dharma treasures, he could kill Lin Feng in any way he wanted to kill Lin Feng, even though Lin Feng had many powerful Dharma treasures on him. After breaking through to the great Emperor realm, In Xian Kuan was not afraid at all. Brat, die. In Xian Kuan sneered and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Limitless sun, moon, art. In Xian Kuan's cold voice rang out. The limitless sun-moon art was a terrifying superpower. Once this superpower was unleashed, it could summon the sun-moon energy. The sun-moon energy was one of the most terrifying powers in the world. Boundless sun-moon energy surged towards In Xian Kuan. It wrapped around In Xian Kuan's fist. A streak of sun-moon energy. It crushed the void. Furthermore, the sun-moon energy had fused together to form a lethal force. It was unimaginable. Many people's faces changed when they felt the terrifying power of In Xian Kuan's attack. What a powerful attack! This superpower must be the most powerful superpower passed down from the Sun-Moon tribe. Such a divine ability is truly peerless and terrifying. That's right. This superpower is indeed powerful. It can summon the Sun-Moon energy to attack. It is said that Yin energy is one of the most terrifying powers in the world. Now that In Xian Kuan has summoned so much Sun-Moon energy, its power is unimaginable. Will that brat be killed by In Xian Kuan's attack? Don't underestimate him. Don't forget that the brat has many powerful treasures on him. Even if he can't defeat In Xian Kuan with those treasures, it won't be easy for In Xian Kuan to kill him with a single punch. That's right. It was unrealistic to want to kill that brat with one punch. However, with In Xian Kuan's current cultivation level, if he were to attack 3 times in a row, there's a high chance he could kill that brat. The cultivators who were watching the show whispered to each other. In the eyes of those people, the only thing they needed to know was how many of In Xian Kuan's attacks Lin Feng could withstand. Of. But when that tyrannical punch came crashing down, it was too late. Even the void was shattered. The invincible punch enveloped Lin Feng. Everyone thought that Lin Feng would take out a powerful superpower to counter In Xian Kuan's attack. But they realized Lin Feng did not take out any superpower. Lin Feng did not move in the face of In Xian Kuan's attack. Is that brat scared out of his wits by In Xian Kuan? Ha 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 ha, perhaps there is such a possibility. It seems that the saying is true. Hearsay may be false, but seeing is believing. The outside world cannot take the rumors of that brat seriously. It seems that brat is simply a waste. Many people laughed in disdain. These people felt that the rumors in the outside world were probably not true. Lin Feng's performance had disappointed them. Just as In Xian Kuan's attack was about to hit Lin Feng, many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by In Xian Kuan's attack. But, right at that moment, Lin Feng moved. Everyone saw. Faced with In Xian Kuan's powerful attack, Lin Feng's hands kept changing seals. In front of Lin Feng, suddenly, a mysterious world appeared. In that mysterious world, a true dragon appeared. Roar! The true dragon roared. The sound shook the starry sky. The skill Lin Feng had just used was the dragon imprint, a peerless skill. This superpower was the legacy of the true dragon emperor. That powerful true dragon. It rushed out of Lin Feng's illusory world. Its huge body. It was shocking. The aura emanating from the true dragon's body made countless people feel suffocated. Many people couldn't help but reveal a feeling of horror and loss of color. Many of the spectators thought that Lin Feng would not be able to take even one attack from In Xian Kuan. Until now, they knew. How ridiculously wrong was he? Lin Feng was too powerful. It was powerful to the point where people couldn't help but be aghast. In Xian Kuan also felt the power of Lin Feng's superpower and his face changed. Originally, In Xian Kuan thought that after breaking through to the great emperor realm, Killing Lin Feng would be as easy as killing an ant. But when he felt the power of Lin Feng's superpower, only then did Yin Xian Kuan realize how wrong he was. Yin Xian Kuan did not want to fight Lin Feng head-on, because he felt that he could not block Lin Feng's attack. So, Yin Xian Kuan wanted to avoid Lin Feng's attack. Then, he joined forces with the other experts of the Sun Moon tribe to deal with Lin Feng. Although it would be embarrassing, however, it was still much better than losing his life. But the reality was, Yin Xian Kuan could not avoid Lin Feng's attack. The real dragon formed by the real dragon seal was too powerful. Real dragon claws, shattering heaven and earth. Yin Xian Kuan saw that he could not avoid the attack and his eyes turned cold. Kill! Yin Xian Kuan roared. Then, he leaped up. A powerful attack blasted towards the true dragon. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, the two sides collided fiercely. Everyone saw. Yin Xian Kuan's body exploded when he collided with the real dragon formed by Lin Feng's superpower. His body and soul were destroyed. Yin Xian Kuan, who was a great emperor, was killed by Lin Feng in one move. How is this possible? Seeing this, the cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes. Everyone thought that they were seeing things. Yin Xian Kuan was a great emperor of the Sun Moon tribe. He was actually killed by a quasi-emperor cultivator in a single move. Chapter 33-32. Around them, complete silence. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of seeing Lin Feng kill Yin Xian Kuan. They could not believe their eyes. Yin Xian Kuan was so powerful. Yet, he was killed just like that. If the two sides had fought for more than 10 rounds, Yin Xian Kuan's death would not have been so shocking. More importantly, Yin Xian Kuan was killed by Lin Feng in a single move. A moment ago, Lin Feng didn't even use a treasure. He killed Yin Xian Kuan in a flash. If he had used a treasure, how terrifying would he have been? Someone could not help but exclaim in shock. Lin Feng's battle prowess had shocked everyone. Many had thought that Lin Feng's battle prowess was boosted by magic treasures. As for Lin Feng himself, there was nothing to be afraid of. Only now did they realize. His previous thoughts were so wrong. Lin Feng himself was a heaven-defying existence. His cultivation base was simply too terrifying. Looks like the rumors are true. There were rumors that he had participated in the Emperor War in the 9 states and even killed Emperor Realm cultivators. Someone else said, he seems to be at the peak of the Boundary Emperor Realm. To be able to kill Yin Xian Kuan in a single move at this level of cultivation is too unbelievable. Someone continued, but there were also people who questioned. Although Lin Feng did not use any magic treasures, some magic treasures are special. They do not need to be used at all. The cultivator who uses the magic treasures can use the power of the magic treasures to fight against the enemy. There are indeed such magic treasures, but they are extremely rare. Any one of them is unimaginably valuable. Someone said, it is rumored that Lin Feng has many top-grade magic treasures. He even has a few immortal-grade magic treasures. So, it is not surprising that he has such a magic treasure. Someone else said. The cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Some people thought that Lin Feng had killed Yin Xian Kuan with his own strength. He did not use any magic treasures. But this was too unbelievable. Therefore, only a very small number of cultivators believed in this. However, the vast majority of people still believed that Lin Feng had borrowed the power of a powerful artifact. That was how he managed to kill Yin Xian Kuan. Brat, how dare you kill a member of the Sun Moon tribe? You are seeking death. A middle-aged cultivator gloomily looked at Lin Feng. His eyes could not help but reveal a dense killing intent. The middle-aged cultivator who spoke was called Yin Wutsong. It was the immortal emperor from the Sun Moon tribe. This person was at the 5th level of the immortal emperor realm. Extremely tyrannical. Previously, Lin Feng had used the black dragon sword to kill immortal emperor-level cultivators. But without using the black dragon sword, he had never killed a cultivator of this level before. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, all of you from the Sun Moon tribe will die here today. Lin Feng flicked his sleeve. Then, he said coldly. After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Many people even thought that they had misheard. This was because Lin Feng was facing a 5th-level Immortal Emperor expert. Therefore, at this very moment, Lin Feng's words were too arrogant. One must know that the difference between the Emperor God realm and the Immortal Emperor realm is like heaven and earth. The gap is so big that it is almost impossible to overcome. This Lin Feng actually dares to ask Yin Wu Tsang to scram as far as he can. He completely disregards Yin Wu Tsang, a 5th-level Immortal Emperor expert. This brat is too arrogant. Does he think that he can be so presumptuous in front of an Immortal Emperor expert just because he killed a cultivator who had just entered the Great Emperor realm? Many cultivators could not help but discuss. They were all paying attention to the development of the situation. Little bastard, you are too arrogant. Today, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces as an offering to Yin Xian Kuan's spirit in heaven. Yin Wu Tsang said coldly. As his voice fell, Yin Wu Tsang stepped forward and walked towards Lin Feng. Inside his body, it emitted a wave of destructive energy. An Immortal Emperor expert was indeed not comparable to an Emperor God cultivator. After the terrifying aura emitted from Yin Wu Tsang's body, many of the weaker cultivators could not bear it at all. Their faces were as pale as paper. These cultivators had no choice but to quickly retreat. If they retreated too slowly, they might even be killed by the terrifying aura emitted from Yin Wu Tsang's body. Divine Moon Art. Suddenly, a cold and eerie voice came from Yin Wu Tsang's throat. He had unleashed an extremely terrifying divine ability. Behind Yin Wu Tsang, suddenly, a huge moon appeared in the sky. The moon was Yin, the power of the moon. It was said that it was a terrifying power born from the moon. There had always been a saying in the starry sky world. It was said that the Sun-Moon tribe was related to the moon. Of course, Lin Feng did not know whether this saying was accurate or not. However, many of the divine abilities of this tribe were related to the moon, just like the divine ability called Divine Moon Art in front of him. After this divine ability evolved into the moon, waves of cold energy emitted from the moon. What is that? Suddenly, someone pointed to the center of the moon. An illusory shadow appeared. Is that a cultivator? Then, someone exclaimed. It was a terrifying creature. It was surrounded by the moonlight. When the creature walked out, everyone knew that it was a divine spirit born from the moon. It was known as the Divine Moon Art. Lowly ant, you are doomed to fall forever. After the Divine Moon Art walked out of the moon, it looked coldly at Lin Feng. In its eyes, it was full of killing intent. This terrifying existence, it seemed to have its own consciousness. Divine Moon Fist. The Divine Moon Art attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. Endless power of the moon gathered on the fist of the Divine Moon Art. The bright moon. It floated behind the Divine Moon Art. It was like the Buddhist light behind the head of a divine monk. It illuminated the world. The most terrifying thing was that the bright moon created by the divine ability had a special connection with the real moon in the sky. It could continuously summon the purest power of the moon and then support the Divine Moon Art. The powerful Divine Moon Fist directly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not avoid it. What a terrifying attack! Will Lin Feng be killed by the Divine Moon Art? Chapter 33:33. The battle prowess of the Divine Yin was shocking. It was indeed terrifying. It was no wonder that the onlooking cultivators were all so shocked and moved. However, facing the attack of the Divine Yin, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Lin Feng walked in the void. Mysterious incantation after incantation. Suddenly, they resounded between heaven and earth. That is the great path of destiny, immortal, the power of destiny. No one can resist it. Now, I am the incarnation of the path of destiny. Any lowly existence who dares to blaspheme the path of destiny is destined to be punished by the path of destiny. Lin Feng's voice sounded mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone felt that. Lin Feng's body seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Everyone has their own destiny. It was difficult to reverse. It was destined to be destiny. Only by cultivating the great fate technique could one go against the heavens and change one's destiny. I am the master of destiny. I stand in the river of destiny and see through the past, present, and future. Lin Feng's voice continued. A loud rumbling sound was suddenly heard. A river of destiny. It streaked across the void. It appeared in this world. Lin Feng stood in the river of destiny. He was like an immortal and indestructible god. The power of destiny. It curled around his body. Lin Feng seemed to be able to see the past and the future. Lowly creature, even if you are a god born from the moon, you are still like an ant in front of the master of destiny. Lin Feng looked at the divine Yin. The aura on Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. It was as if he had really become the master of destiny. Lin Feng's battle prowess was already extremely terrifying, let alone now. Lin Feng's cultivation had increased explosively. The Great Fate technique, which was ranked second among the 3,000 Great Daos, was mysterious and unfathomable. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the terrifying aspect of the divine ability, the Great Destiny Art, it was gradually revealed by Lin Feng. I shall represent the great Tao of Destiny to punish you. A lowly being who dares to blaspheme the Tao of Destiny. Lin Feng waved his hand. The river of destiny let out an earth-shaking rumble. Then, it directly engulfed the god of shadow. Facing the oppression of the Tao of Destiny, the god of extreme Yin didn't even have the courage to resist. No. When the river of destiny swept over, the god of extreme Yin let out a terrified cry. The next moment, the god of extreme Yin was directly drowned by the river of destiny. This. All the spectating cultivators were shocked beyond words. They couldn't understand Lin Feng's incantation. However, everyone saw how terrifying Lin Feng's divine ability was. It was simply too terrifying. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. That was the attack of a 5th-level immortal emperor. They were all broken by Lin Feng in an instant. Just how strong was Lin Feng? Now it's your turn. Lin Feng's cold eyes looked at Yin Wucang, the 5th-level immortal emperor. Since the enmity had already been formed, Lin Feng wouldn't be merciful. He would kill if he had to. The world of cultivators didn't allow you to sympathize with your enemy. Lin Feng continued to urge the river of destiny to attack Yin Wucang. Yin Wucang's expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated. However, it was too late. The river of destiny directly enveloped Yin Wucang. Break. Yin Wucang couldn't help but roar. He continuously used 4 or 5 powerful divine abilities to break Lin Feng's river of destiny. But in the end, he failed. Yin Wucang won't be killed, right? Yin Wucang is a 5th-level immortal emperor. He can't be killed so easily, right? But the current situation is too bad for Yin Wucang. That Lin Feng must have other terrifying techniques that he hasn't used yet. Look, Lin Feng is walking towards Yin Wucang. The spectating cultivators exclaimed. Go, save the Lord. The 2 Sun-Moon tribe god emperors shouted in a deep voice. There were more than 30 cultivators on the Sun-Moon tribe side. Of these 2 god emperor-level cultivators, one was a 6th heavenly layer god emperor. The other was an 8th-level god emperor. They were also quite tyrannical existences. They led more than 30 Sun-Moon tribe cultivators to attack Lin Feng. They wanted to save Yin Wucang. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He couldn't help but snort. Then, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the river of destiny swept towards the Sun-Moon tribe cultivators. There were 2 god emperor-level cultivators and over 30 other cultivators. All of them were trapped. Bang, bang, bang. Those cultivators below the great emperor realm, their bodies exploded. These people couldn't pose any threat to Lin Feng. The 2 god emperor experts were trapped in the river of destiny, and their situation was extremely bad. They couldn't help but struggle bitterly. Oh my god. Lin Feng is terrifying. He's fighting against so many strong cultivators alone, and he's still fighting with ease. Some cultivators exclaimed. Has this guy really not entered the emperor realm? Some people questioned, thinking that Lin Feng might be hiding his cultivation level. Otherwise, he couldn't be so tyrannical. Even if he borrowed the power of a treasure, he shouldn't be so tyrannical. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Yin Wucang. I told you to get lost, but you didn't listen. Now, are you ready to die? Lin Feng looked at Yin Wutsong indifferently. My father is the great elder of the Sun Moon tribe. If you dare to kill my evolution, the Sun Moon tribe will definitely not let you go. With the power of the Sun Moon tribe, it will be easy to kill you. Why don't we both take a step back? I will never trouble you again in the future, Yin Wutsong said with an ugly face. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe Yin Wutsong's words. If he let Yin Wutsong go, this guy would definitely find experts to deal with him. This person, he would definitely die. Endless domineering power. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He displayed the second level of the supreme domineering power. Endless domineering power. Endless domineering power condensed together and blasted towards Yin Wutsong. Yin Wutsong's complexion changed greatly when he felt the earth-shattering power surging towards him. He hurriedly displayed a defensive superpower called Limitless Heavenly Dipper Art to block Lin Feng's attack. However, his divine ability was instantly broken. Endless domineering power bombarded Yin Wutsong's body. Yin Wutsong's body exploded. He died on the spot. At this moment, Yin Wutsong's storage ring cracked. A ray of saint light quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng was shocked. What was in Yin Wutsong's storage ring? It actually took the initiative to destroy Yin Wutsong's storage ring and then escaped. Chapter 33-34. Lin Feng did not know what it was, but he instinctively felt it. That thing was definitely an extraordinary treasure. If he could get it, it would be extremely powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng could not wait to get the treasure. Lin Feng's powerful dermic powers suddenly rolled out. It directly swept towards the supreme treasure. The treasure wanted to shake off Lin Feng's grasp, but it could not do so. In the end, Lin Feng grabbed it. Lin Feng's face revealed a smile. However, he did not immediately check what the treasure was. He kept the treasure in his mountain river ring. Then, he quickly flew towards the other two Sun Moon tribe great emperors. Lin Feng directly displayed his boundless domineering aura. This powerful technique attacked the other two Sun Moon tribe great emperors. The power was simply earth-shattering. The two Sun Moon tribe great emperors could not withstand Lin Feng's terrifying attack and were eventually killed by Lin Feng. He actually killed all the experts of the Sun Moon tribe. He is really decisive in killing. It is said that this person played an extremely important role in the Nine States War. Now, I finally believe this rumor. The Sun Moon tribe lost so many experts. They will definitely not let this matter rest. Just wait and see. The Sun Moon tribe will definitely send powerful cultivators to kill this person. Many cultivators started to discuss. They were all talking about this matter. Lin Feng quickly left after collecting the origin source of these great emperors. Of course, he did not leave the Stone State's imperial capital. Instead, he recovered his body in a forest not far from the Stone State's imperial capital. When Lin Feng recovered to his peak state, he took out the mysterious treasure that he had obtained from Yin Wutsong. The treasure was shrouded in holy light. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know what the treasure was. After Lin Feng took out the treasure, the saint light gradually converged. Finally, Lin Feng saw what the treasure was. That treasure was actually a jade talisman. As for that jade talisman, it was extremely ancient. There were extremely mysterious runes and symbols on it. Moreover, the word "sure" was written on the front of the jade talisman. After seeing this jade talisman, Lin Feng's pupils contracted violently. This jade talisman was simply too extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that this jade talisman might have something to do with the Stone State. Perhaps it was some kind of token. Demon Lord, look at this jade talisman. Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord observed for a while and said, "This is a good thing. Perhaps it has something to do with some opportunities in the Stone State's imperial capital." Lin Feng thought so too. Therefore, this item was definitely a good item. After entering the capital of the Stone State, perhaps it could be of great use. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been comprehending the 3,000 Great Das. At the same time, he waited for the restriction that enveloped the capital of the Stone State to disperse. The news that Lin Feng had killed dozens of experts of the Sun Moon tribe, including an immortal emperor and 3 great emperor gods, quickly spread. This matter naturally caused a huge uproar. Many people were talking about this matter. This Lin Feng is an extremely heaven-defying figure. His luck is monstrous. He has many powerful magic treasures and many top-notch superpowers. He even has the 3,000 great Daos and several types of heaven flames. Moreover, he is the successor of the Celestial Master sect. Someone was deliberately spreading news about Lin Feng. They revealed all of Lin Feng's secrets. Obviously, they were very familiar with Lin Feng. Originally, the forces in the Starry Sky world had heard of Lin Feng. However, they did not know the details. Now, after hearing this news, they were extremely shocked. No wonder so many forces want to kill this man. A cultivator said. They also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know what was happening in the outside world. It was not until 10 days later that Lin Feng came out of seclusion. On this day, the restriction outside the capital of the Stone State fluctuated violently. Those powerful restrictions seemed to be gradually dispersing. Lin Feng had sensed that powerful fluctuation. He had just come out of seclusion. When he came out, he found that a large number of cultivators had already gathered. Even 3 of the top 10 interstellar bandit groups had come. They were Heaven, Hell, Yellow Spring. These 3 interstellar bandit groups were so powerful that it was unimaginable. Especially Heaven, the interstellar bandit group, which was ranked first among all the bandit groups. It was said that they were related to the Heaven domain. However, whether this was true or not was unknown. In addition, many top forces had also come. Therefore, this place was extremely lively. Lin Feng saw Elder Songhai and the others from the 100 Joy Pavilion. Elder Songhai's expression was not good because someone from the 4 forces had leaked the news. That was why so many forces were attracted. If they did not leak the news privately, then the people who came here were the 4 major forces. The treasures and opportunities here were also shared by the cultivators of the 4 major forces. The 4 major forces. The 100 Joy Pavilion is obviously in a dominant position. Moreover, among the cultivators who entered the Stone State ruins, Elder Songhai's cultivation is the strongest. With his protection, the people from the 100 Joy Pavilion should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. They have no need to leak the news here. Therefore, the cultivator who leaked the news here should be one of the 10,000 Fiend Starfield, Bright Moon Starfield, or Yin Yang Starfield. However, if they leak the news, their own opportunities would also be reduced. If they simply want to earn a lot of money, leaking the news doesn't seem to be worth the loss. Lin Feng could not help but think. He suddenly felt that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps the other party did not just want to earn a lot of money. Lin Feng felt there might be other reasons for this matter. However, after all, this was only his guess. Lin Feng wasn't sure about the specifics of the situation. Rumble, rumble. The restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital was constantly dissipating. Everyone's attention was attracted by the Stone State's imperial capital. Finally, a large part of the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital dissipated. Only a part of the restriction above did not dissipate. Moreover, that part of the restriction above seemed to be very strong and had no intention of dissipating. Open the city gate and enter the Stone State's imperial capital. A cultivator shouted loudly. Although the restriction that enveloped the Stone State's imperial capital did not completely dissipate. However, everyone already had a way to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. As long as they opened the huge city gate of the Stone State's imperial capital, they could enter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many cultivators could not wait to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Therefore, those cultivators quickly flew towards the Stone State's imperial capital's imperial capital, wanting to open the Stone State's imperial capital's imperial capital's imperial capital's imperial capital. However, at this moment, Chapter 33-35. The word kill was too demonic. It exuded a power that made people shudder. Many people stopped in their tracks, shocked by the word kill. Given our cultivation bases, why should we be afraid of a few killed characters written in blood? Someone said with a sneer. They were not afraid of the word kill. There were naturally many cultivators with such skills and courage. That's right. What are we afraid of? What's the big deal with the word kill written countless years ago? We can easily break it. Then another cultivator said. There were still many cultivators rushing to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital, wanting to be the first to enter the Stone State's imperial capital. Perhaps. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the Stone State's imperial capital, but some people were more cautious. Therefore, they were still observing. The group of cultivators who rushed to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital directly used powerful magical powers to bombard the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. When the attacks of many cultivators bombarded the gate, they were unable to cause any damage to the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. What a sturdy gate, many people said in surprise. The gate of the Stone State's imperial capital was too sturdy. There was no way to blast it open. This degree of sturdiness. It was simply unbelievable. We don't believe that we can't destroy this gate, those cultivators said coldly. Then, they continued to prepare a new attack. But at this time, the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital emitted an extremely demonic luster. Buzz. Then, a terrifying aura permeated the air. A strange blood-colored light surged out from the word kill. It enveloped all the cultivators who were attacking the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Ah, my head! Suddenly, a group of cultivators covered their heads and screamed. Roar! The next moment, a series of low roars suddenly sounded. The eyes of those cultivators turned blood red, and each cultivator seemed to have completely lost themselves. Those cultivators exuded a chilling and terrifying aura. Next, a group of cultivators began to fight and kill each other. After seeing this scene, many people's expressions changed greatly. They lost themselves because of the blood-red word kill. A cultivator said, having seen through the clues. It was the strange word kill that had caused everything that had happened. The word kill was too demonic and terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh tearing rang out one after another. The fleshly bodies of the cultivators were torn to shreds as they attacked one another. In the end, he died tragically. Soon, dozens of powerful cultivators died tragically. The smell of blood filled the air. The surroundings became completely silent. This was because the word kill above the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital had shocked everyone present. No one could resist the 5 demonic kill words. Right now, no one else dared to step forward. The 5 words kill scared off so many forces. Is there no way to enter? A cultivator said. Don't worry. Those major forces will be even more anxious. They're all anxious to enter. They'll definitely find a way to break the word kill. Then, another cultivator said, understanding the situation very clearly. He wasn't worried about the situation at hand. Lin Feng frowned. The word kill reminded him of the 7 words kill he saw in the Temple of Eternal Life. The Temple of Eternal Life was extremely mysterious. Lin Feng didn't know if it had anything to do with the Gate of Eternal Life. However, it was in the mysterious space inside the Temple of Eternal Life that he saw the legendary 9-province lamp. It was also there that he obtained the Primal Chaos Ancestral Chi. It was forged into his natal treasure, the Primal Chaos Ancient Lamp. Lin Feng would never forget the 7 words kill above the gate of life and death of the Temple of Eternal Life. Kill, 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 kill. First, kill the heavens. Second, kill the earth. Third, kill the gods. Fourth, kill the immortals. Fifth, kill the ancient devil. Sixth, kill the Buddhas. Seventh, kill all living things. The 7 words kill contained an extremely powerful will. It was easy to get lost in it. Back then, Lin Feng almost got lost in the 7 words kill. Fortunately, he woke up at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have died in the Temple of Eternal Life. The 5 words kill above the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital were very similar to the 7 words above the gate of life and death of the Temple of Eternal Life. Although, the will contained was different. However, the unique aura that contained an unparalleled killing intent. It was exactly the same. It's just 5 words kill. If you want to break it, you can break it. At this time, someone snorted and stepped forward. It was a very young cultivator wearing a golden robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. Who is this guy? How can he be so arrogant? Some people couldn't help but curl their lips, not believing the young cultivator's words. So many experts had died before. It was obvious how terrifying the 5 words kill were. Even the Emperor realm experts of the major factions didn't dare to approach the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. It was enough to explain too many problems. And now, a young cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly. Naturally, it was hard to believe. Since no one dares to break the 5 words kill, let me do it, the young cultivator continued. His words caused many experts to be dissatisfied. What did it mean that no one dared to break the 5 words kill? Did he think that the Emperor realm experts of the major factions didn't have the guts to break it? Or did they not have the ability to break it? This kind of extended meaning. It made many experts' eyes turn cold. This guy is quite arrogant. He dares to say such words in front of so many people. He doesn't give any face to the Emperor realm experts of the major factions. A cultivator said, "Yeah, I wonder where this guy came from. Is he really capable? Or is he just bragging?" A cultivator continued. At this time, the young cultivator walked step by step towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. This guy is really going to break the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Many people couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, many people thought that the young cultivator was blowing his own trumpet. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Naturally, no one thought that the young cultivator would joke around with his life. Hum, 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 hum. The 5 blood-red words kill seemed to sense the young cultivator's aura. Because of this, terrifying blood-red light shook out and then blasted towards the young cultivator. Chapter 33-36. The blood-red light from the word kill instantly arrived in front of the young cultivator, just as it was about to land on the young cultivator's body. Suddenly, the young cultivator attacked, sending a punch towards the incoming blood-colored beams of light. The young cultivator's attack was too powerful. His fist shook heaven and earth. It directly broke the blood-red rays of light. As the saying goes, when an expert attacked, one would know whether there was one or not. As soon as the young cultivator made his move, his skills shocked everyone. It shocked the surrounding cultivators. The young cultivator's expression was indifferent. He continued to step forward. The 5 blood-colored kill characters vibrated with blood-red light ripples. The blood-red ripples were terrifying. It could make people lose themselves. Even the cultivators who were far away were affected and almost went crazy. Many cultivators had to retreat quickly and stay far away. Only then did they recover. The word kill is too terrifying. It's not something that ordinary people can resist. A cultivator said. It was indeed as the cultivator said. The word kill was too terrifying. It could release all kinds of attacks. It was indeed not something that ordinary people could resist. However, the young cultivator was not an ordinary person. His methods were extremely powerful. He gently waved his hands in front of him. Instantly, an energy light shield appeared and enveloped the young cultivator. Streaks of blood-red ripples bombarded the energy light shield. They were all blocked by the energy light shield. This person's cultivation is really powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the young cultivator with great surprise. All these years, Lin Feng had seen so many different kinds of geniuses in his life. Like that young cultivator, he was a proud son of heaven. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Many people around couldn't help but exclaim. The young cultivator's attack. It caused many cultivators to be shocked. Soon, the young cultivator came in front of the 5 blood-colored words and wanted to destroy them. But at this moment, a blood-red light surged out from the word kill. In the blood-red light, 5 terrifying existences appeared. These 5 existences, each one was more terrifying than the last. Their auras surged to the heavens. All of them charged towards the young cultivator. Was the word kill written with the blood of those 5 existences? Someone could not help but ask. He felt that this was very likely. Those 5 existences were bloodline projections. When they were killed in the past, someone used their blood to write the word kill on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, Someone wanted to destroy the 5 words, so the bloodlines of the 5 cultivators revealed their figures. 10,000 Nirvana art. Divine thunder demon slaying slash. Supreme mystery immortal vanquishing art. Path of the divine court of the 9 firmaments. Ancient heaven-shattering art. 5 terrifying existences made their moves. Each of their divine abilities could be described as peerless and terrifying. In an instant, they enveloped the young cultivator. Just as the attacks of the 5 terrifying existences were about to kill the young cultivator's body suddenly shone with golden light. At that moment, that young cultivator seemed to have transformed into an immortal god king. Immortal scorching sun. Eternal instant. Suddenly, that young cultivator shouted in a low voice. A blazing sun rose from his dantian into the sky. In an instant, it was dazzling. That blazing sun seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth. It seemed to have turned into an eternal divine sun of the 9 heavens. The blazing sun rose into the sky, suppressing the world. Bang, 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 bang. 5 consecutive violent collisions suddenly rang out. That blazing sun directly broke the attacks of the 5 terrifying cultivators. Then, it shattered the bodies of the 5 terrifying cultivators. After the 5 terrifying existences were destroyed, the 5 blood-colored word, kill, actually began to dim. Soon, the 5 blood-colored word, kill, dried up. Open. That young cultivator directly pushed towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The gate of the Stone State's imperial capital was pushed open. That young cultivator was the first to rush in. He really broke the 5 blood-colored word, kill, on the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. That guy is so young, but his strength is a bit too terrifying. There are geniuses in every generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's hurry into the Stone State's imperial capital. Maybe we'll get something. Many cultivators rushed into the sky. They flew towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fastest were naturally the great emperors of the major forces. After seeing the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital open, those great emperors all sped up towards the gate of the Stone State's imperial capital. They were as fast as lightning. One by one, the great emperors entered the Stone State's imperial capital. Lin Feng also quickly rushed towards the Stone State's imperial capital. Get out of my way! Get out of my way! Someone riding a giant beast rushed over from afar, knocking many people away. Some of the weaker cultivators were even directly smashed to death. It's Wan Xiankong. People from the Myriad Demon Star region quickly dodge. Some people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the newcomers, and hurriedly called for their companions to dodge. The group of cultivators riding wild beasts had extraordinary origins. They came from the Myriad Demon Star region, which was an extremely large star region in the starry sky world. The leading cultivator was called Wan Xiankong, and he was a cultivator of the ancient demon race. The ancient demon race was one of the most powerful demon races in the starry sky world, and their strength was not inferior to the sky demon race. Therefore, such a force, ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. The group of people from the Myriad Demon Star region also entered the Stone State's imperial capital. It's really a gathering of all kinds of monsters here. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Whoosh! He also sped up and quickly rushed into the Stone State's imperial capital. The Stone State's imperial capital was very large, and after entering, they saw a huge square. Originally, there was a 1,000-meter-tall statue in the square, but now, the statue had been broken in half. The upper half of the statue had fallen to the ground. Many people only hurriedly glanced at the huge statue before quickly leaving. Lin Feng didn't immediately leave, and he carefully observed the broken statue. The cultivator enshrined in the statue was a very valiant man. Is the owner of this statue the Stone State's monarch from back then? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. That's right, he's the Stone State's monarch. So many people came in, but they only glanced at him briefly. It seems that he's long been forgotten. At that moment, an old voice sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw that an old man was standing 3 or 4 meters away at some point in time. It was this old man who had just sighed. Chapter 33-37. Given Lin Feng's current cultivation level, it was too difficult to appear by his side without making a sound. After all, Lin Feng's perception was too strong, but this old man was able to do it. Therefore, even Lin Feng didn't dare to guess what level of cultivation this old man had. Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards the old man. The old man nodded his head slightly. Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you know anything about the stone state? I've heard of it, the old man said. For some reason, Lin Feng felt that the old man was a little sad when he mentioned the stone state. But Lin Feng didn't know why he was sad. Lin Feng asked, Senior, do you know how the powerful stone state was destroyed? The old man said, those who defied the heavens would definitely be punished by the heavens. Lin Feng was shocked. The old man clearly knew something about what had happened back then. But now, the old man was clearly implying something. Those who defied the heavens, they would definitely be punished by the heavens. Was the old man saying that the stone state's king was doing something that defied the heavens? And then he was punished by the heavens? A cultivator's cultivation was something that defied the heavens. But Lin Feng felt that things weren't that simple. He felt that there was more to this than met the eye. Lin Feng continued asking, did the stone state's king fall in the battle that destroyed the stone state? The old man said, I don't know. What happened countless years ago is destined to be a mystery to the people of the future. Lin Feng felt that the truth wasn't as the old man said. This old man should know something. But he didn't want to say it. Lin Feng knew how to deal with people, so he didn't continue asking. The old man didn't stay any longer. He walked into the depths. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. Who is he? Facing the broken statue of the stone state's king, he actually showed sadness. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself, although the old man hid it very well. But Lin Feng still saw through some clues. Perhaps no matter how powerful a person was, when they revealed their true feelings, they couldn't truly hide their feelings completely. The old man couldn't do that. After the old man entered the depths of the Stone State's imperial capital, Lin Feng also walked into the Stone State's imperial capital. The Stone State's imperial capital was a very large area. The wide streets were filled with scars and holes, as if they were telling the story of what had happened here in the past. Many buildings had been severely damaged. Now, it had collapsed. A large number of cultivators were scattered in the ancient city, searching for opportunities to find opportunities. Lin Feng could see cultivators fighting from time to time. Perhaps it was the first time. There were indeed many things to be had. Those precious items, on the other hand, caused the surrounding cultivators to fight to the death. Lin Feng basically didn't participate in it. He walked into the depths. He wanted to find the inheritance of the Stone State's king, or the treasures left behind by the Stone State's king. Lin Feng didn't care about ordinary opportunities at all. Buzz. At this time, Lin Feng discovered that the mysterious jade talisman he obtained from Yin Wuzong was emitting waves of fluctuations. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy, because he had always felt that this jade talisman was related to the Stone State's imperial capital. It was even related to the Stone State's king. This guess might really be verified. Lin Feng took out the jade talisman. The runes on the jade talisman twisted, and finally, a map appeared. Lin Feng carefully observed it. He found that the map that appeared on the jade talisman seemed to be the map of the Stone State's imperial capital. Now, there was a red dot of light on the jade talisman. That red dot of light seemed to be mobile. Could it be that this red dot of light is me? As I move, the red dot of light can move on the map created by this jade talisman? Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a certain possibility. This method was really shocking. And this method, it was obviously the use of a large array. However, Lin Feng had never mastered such an extraordinary method. Where are these places? Lin Feng looked at the few places marked on the map in surprise. There was a small flag-like thing marking them. This made Lin Feng very surprised. There weren't many such markings on the entire jade talisman. There were only 4 or 5 of them. Lin Feng decided to go to these places to take a look. Maybe he could gain something. He chose a relatively close place and quickly rushed over. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at that place. It was a gloomy and terrifying old house. When he arrived, many cultivators also gathered around. Looking at the old house, Lin Feng felt a gloomy aura enveloping his entire body. The old house in front of him made him feel uneasy. Lin Feng decided to use the Xiantian 8 trigrams to deduce. The deduction technique of the Xiantian 8 trigrams was extremely mysterious. It didn't necessarily have to be calculated with the tortoiseshell. Lin Feng's deduction method was a diagram deduction method. He could create some diagrams to deduce. Lin Feng carefully deduced for a while and couldn't help but frown slightly. This place was very strange. There was a terrifying aura that blocked the heavenly secrets of this place. Thus, it was difficult to deduce the specific situation of this old house. "Let's go in and take a look," a cultivator said. Then, they entered the old house. In the distance, cultivators arrived one after another and entered the old house one after another. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and also entered the old house. The old house was very large, and it was relatively well preserved. There were many courtyards. Everything showed that the expert who lived here in the past had an extraordinary identity. Many people couldn't wait to rush into the depths of the old house. There were also people who rushed to the surrounding houses. "Pharmacy? This is a pharmacy. Oh my God, is this an immortal pill?" Soon, the exclamations of cultivators came from the depths. Someone seemed to have found the pharmacy. A large number of cultivators rushed over. "Damn it, these pills are mine." Someone cursed loudly. "These are mine." Then, someone cursed again. Boom! A great battle immediately broke out. Facing so many pills, many people's eyes turned red. For the sake of benefits, they would fight to the death. It was very common in the world of cultivators. Lin Feng didn't lack pills. Therefore, when he saw the fierce battle that broke out in the pharmacy, he stayed far away and didn't participate. Lin Feng was looking for the orthodoxy of this place. Perhaps there were some powerful inheritances. It would be best if they were the 3,000 Great Tao. Lin Feng was eager to obtain more of the 3,000 Great Tao to increase his Great Tao foundation. Buzz. At this moment, a ball of holy light flew out from the pharmacy. In the holy light, a 2- or 3-year-old boy appeared. Human-shaped supreme medicine. Lin Feng was shocked. That little boy was actually transformed from a medicinal pill. What level of medicinal pill was that? It actually turned into the shape of a human. "It's a human-shaped supreme medicine, Chase." Many cultivators rushed out of the pharmacy. When they looked at the human-shaped supreme medicine, their eyes revealed endless greed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.